This is crazy. I cannot get in my live. I don't know why. I don't know if it's connection because it just now let me get in here, but nobody's in here yet. Um, if somebody comes in here, I'll know my connection's good. But man, and I had an awesome show planned too. I mean, I had an actual plan, wrote it out like an outline and everything. Had points. I even had bullet points. Everything's going wrong in the world today. Right now as we speak, man, there is so much dying happening and abuse and just craziness. Hey, two people that came in. I cannot get in my live. I don't know what's going on. Who's here? Maybe you can help me. Oh, somebody left. They didn't like that. Is that you, Miss Gabby? Is that you, Gabby? Anyway, welcome. I can't see y'all unless you write something in chat because I had to sign on this little YouTube mobile thing because I can't get in my StreamYard chat. It's just not even giving me an option of coming in. It's like it failed to go live or something when it was supposed to. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Hey, Shandon. Well, thank you so much for being here. I'll do it here if I have to. I just can't see hardly see chat here. Chat is so much harder to keep up with, but I was gonna mostly talk today anyway. I got a couple little like 1 minute videos I was gonna show y'all. I want to discuss some things. Bottom line, it's gonna be about should people who kill their kids or like severely abuse their kids, like burn them and rape them, should they get the death penalty? That's what after I show it. That's what the final discussion will be. I wanted it to be on because there's some craziness happening this week, and Russia has invaded Ukraine. So we're going to talk about that a little bit because that set China off. And I'm all about some war strategy, but I'm telling you folks, we're in trouble with this Ukraine. We don't need to be in it. Do not need to be in it. But thank y'all so much for coming. Shandon, do you have a wrench? Let me give you a wrench. Because I'm probably going to need a mod, like just to drop my email or my link or something. I know how to. Okay, there you go, Shandon. You don't mind, do you, being a mod? Hey, Dallas County Scratchers, how are you, man? It is really nice to see you. That's some of my raiding buddies there, Shandon. Me and Crazy Girl kind of been love bombing some, running with some love bomb people. um, yeah, Dallas. I just met you last night at like father like son. But did you get your channel straightened out? Because like today I had scheduled for 12:30 brunch break on StreamYard, and it's not even giving me an option of going into the studio or anything. It's like it's scheduled for some other time, but I even checked it. It's all like right now I'm supposed to be on there. And it's just like crazy. But the world's crazy today. Yeah, I subbed to you. I think I subbed to you before they even realized what you were saying because they're kind of behind when they're on panel, you know. Shandon, if you like that kind of thing, you might want to check it out. Like on Saturday night, it's just a chill chat, like the ones you're used to going to, but then they'll pick a channel and they just go like raid it. They hit it with 30 or 40 people all at one time with hearts and love and stuff like that. It's really cool. When they come in, crazy girls, I was timing them out as they're coming through the door because I felt like we were getting attacked, because I got a little bit of PTSD. And I was timing them out as they was coming in one after another. I got about 9 of them in like 10 seconds, right? I mean, I was on it. And Jess, she didn't know I was timing them out. She was blocking them. She got about 9 of them and blocked them in the same time frame. It was funny. And then I heard Crazy Girl say, "Oh, I'm so glad y'all are here, Sean." And this is my good friend Sean and his raiding party. And I'm like, oh my God, I done messed up. It ain't no wonder they don't give me no wrench, cause I can't, I done I done timed out the wrong people. But I didn't know that Jessica had blocked them. So we had to go back and fix all that. But we restored everybody. We subbed everybody. I've been on a couple raids with them, and I've been in a couple late night chats with them. And they're good people. They're cool people. They're just country people. They country people. They got opinions. They they be themselves, and that's how it should be. And we're all adults. Everybody should be able to love each other and get along and not have no bunch of damn drama. At least for a couple hours to chat. I mean, I don't understand these chats where you go in there and it's like going in a war zone. I'm not down for that. You won't find that here on this channel. We might get a little mouthy and we might get in some heated discussions, but they'll be like discussions, not arguments. You know what I'm saying? And look, as the people that's coming into my chats and stuff, both of y'all, Shannon, I don't think you've been in here many times, but Dallas, I know that you're brand new, so I'm gonna go ahead and say a little bit about myself. The kind of person I am, I believe in truth. I don't believe in lying unless you got a lie to the police, keep from going to jail or something like that. Or if you know that something really, really, something way out is fixing to happen to somebody or something, and you lie to them to save their life or something. I could see it in that instance. Now, I'm not saying I never lied, cause I got a criminal past and I've done my share of lying. But where I'm at today in my life, I don't lie. And I think the stupidest lie is the unnecessary lie. People lie when they don't have to. They'll just look at you and lie. It's like it just flies out of their mouth. I'm gonna tell you the truth, even if it hurts your feelings, even if it makes you not like me, whatever. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. I had a doctor one time tell me I had 6 months to live. He just was so matter of fact and straight to the point and unapologetic. Like this is the fact. So, that really impressed me. I like that. And so I'm like that. If I hurt your feelings or whatever, I'm sorry. I'm very opinionated. I'm an Aries. I don't have a filter. I don't have I'm not prejudiced against any color or people. I am prejudiced against stupidity and ignorance. Ignorance and stupidity, there's no excuse for it, because I learn something every day from somebody, the most unlikely people. Oh yeah. God, I ain't even started preaching yet, Shannon. But I've had a hell of a life. I got 4 college degrees and 2 of them are bachelor's. I'm 2 math classes from having a bachelor's in psychology to be a psychologist, probably a substance abuse counselor. I'm a recovering addict with 45-year active everyday addiction, and I've done just about every drug out there except for like Flocka. I've never done Flocka. Not that I knew of. Somebody might slip some in on me, but I don't think so. But I'm recovering. I got almost 3 years clean. Matter of fact, I just took some medicine right before I signed into YouTube, because I was so pissed off because I couldn't get my StreamYard, because I have videos uploaded I wanted to show y'all today about all these kids, man. Look, let me tell y'all something. And I ain't never done this, but I realized that I wasn't getting anywhere in my lives, right? So I sit down and I made an outline of my bullet points and everything. And this is a little book, but it's 5 pages long. And it's only 5 things. It's 5 little clips that was under 2 minutes each. And then I thought we'd talk about them. And then to talk about the death penalty. They all are like, but so I'm just, until I can get to the video part of it, I am going to go by the outline, and I'll just say it instead of showing you the videos. I got the video clips if anybody, wants me to email them or something. I don't know what's up with StreamYard. My bill's paid. I got unlimited. I mean, I just don't understand. I had my Cash App stuff, was going to scroll, and I don't ask for money. I never have. But let me just go, but I'm gonna start right here. This is Freaky Friday brunch break. This is what I named it. So our first thing is family business, because we're family here. We're gonna just chat like we've been doing. But this is like the announcement section. This is what I'm fixing to do, because I'm fixing to get serious. I'm getting a camera in about a week, a nice camera with infrared where I can go out and do my investigations. Do some real content instead of just sitting here and flapping my gums. All right, so I'm gonna be doing this brunch break on Tuesdays and Fridays, because I think Cher is doing like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But I mean, I'm just saying it ain't no big deal if we're doing it at the same time. But I try to be respectful of other creators like that, especially ones that are been here a long time. Whether you like Cher or not, she knows her stuff and she puts it out there, and she gets people to talk to her that won't even like email me back. You know what I'm saying? So, like them or not, she gets the job done. She's kind of a moral ethic kind of thing, which ain't supposed to exist, but of course it does. But not a moral ethic, but what is it where you justify it morally to get by with it? It's like ethically wrong, but you throw like a moral in there to justify doing it. Is that morally ethical? Is it? No, that's the whole class. I don't know. I get sidetracked, y'all. Y'all have to keep me on point. That's why I need Shannon. That's why I needed you. I need a good mod that'll keep me moving. All right. So on this coming Tuesday, I want us all to come together. Be prepared to relax. I want to do a live meditation, a group right here in live meditation. We can make it private or whatever we need to do after people get in here. Well, we'll be on StreamYard. We're not going to be here on this, but you know what I'm saying. I'm not going to put anybody's like personal information out there, but we're going to do a live meditation to raise the human vibration. And that's March the 1st. That's this coming Tuesday. Now, I made this one for 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, which is like North Carolina and all that on that East Coast. I'm in Central Standard Time. I'm in Oklahoma, so I got Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, Arkansas, Florida, that makes it 11:30 our time. I figure that's a good brunch time. But what time, if I could see in chat, if y'all could just put in, what time works best for y'all on Tuesdays and Fridays, like for lunch? Like a lunch, 2-hour lunch live. I mean, you don't have to stay the whole time, but if I try to go less than 2 hours, it's impossible, because I can talk that much without stopping. So, I mean, I just want to see live chat. Okay, there we go. Yeah, me too, Shannon. I don't really care for people, and it's not people's fault. It's just that emotions make humans kind of just like do some stupid stuff, I only have 4 degrees, and then I'm 2 math classes from having the 5th one in psychology. I could be a psychologist like at a prison, or I could be like a substance abuse counselor or whatever. But I've already went through 2 semesters and failed those 2 math classes twice. They told me to take a couple semesters and make sure I got it before I come back, because it's, eventually going to make it where I can't get it if I keep failing it. And it's like Algebra 1 and Algebra 2. Now, I can pass the pre-algebra. The please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, exponents, parentheses. I got all that part. But Algebra 1, can't do it. Can't, I mean, really, really, really tried. But, I also have a lot of health issues. That's another reason that I'm really not that apologetic for my mouth. I'm one of these people, you either like me or you don't. There's kind of no in between, like there is with Cher. Cher, you can not like her, but still kind of like her. Does that make sense? And even Ziggy's like that. Ziggy's just like too much drama now for me. Ziggy was my first favorite creator. I used to love to go to Ziggy's. And then one day I said, man, I couldn't sit through no 7-hour chat. I don't know how she does that. But every time I do a late night chat, we end up going 5, 6, 7 hours. And it seems like it's been 2 hours. It's like you blink and it's been 5 hours. So I don't say that no more. Because you come in one of my chats, it might go. Me, Alira, and Ashley one night went almost 10 hours. Just the three of us. Just talking. Oh, my degrees. I have an associate's of applied science. I have an associate's in liberal arts. I have an associate's in like English and grammar, and it's like grammar, English. And but my major in that was I upped that to a bachelor's in English literature and grammar. So I write. I'm a writer also. I'm published. I got some published short stories and little kid stories and some poetry. But poetry really don't count. But poetry is your best writing. That's your soul when you write poetry. But I went through this couple years of channeling this entity. I'm a psychic medium. I do not even like those words. I don't even like saying it. It hurt me to say it. I don't want to be famous. I'm not out there. I'm more like intuitive. I'm a super duper duper, I don't know what category, because they got categories. Empath. If I am in the same room with you, I can feel everything you're feeling. I mean everything. Not just, I can tell if you're sad. It like overwhelms me. I pretty much kind of stay right here on this 5 acres and run this animal rescue to keep from being around anybody. And sometimes my neighbors who are at least a block from me in any direction, I can feel what's going on with them at any given time. It's very overwhelming. I don't even know what a binomial is. I think I remember reading something about that during like Algebra 1 maybe. That's after you get past all that damn solve for X. Solve for X is where I fail, and that's at the very beginning of Algebra 1. Now, how can I pass pre-algebra, but I can't freaking pass Algebra 1? That's what I can't get. But that's that part of my brain that drugs destroyed, and I'll never get it back. And I'm tell you what, now, my drug journey ain't no joke neither. I've had a hard life, and I've done a lot of things. I've been to Bible college. I have a homiletics and a hermeneutics, certification. I could go preach if I wanted to. But I don't want to. I just enjoy philosophy, religion, the other world. I'm all about the other world. I'm probably the only person that does necrophonic sessions every day just to chill with spirits. I take them fishing with me. I cook them food that they can't eat because they ask for it. We chill. My 2-year-old granddaughter the other day come in here and said, hey, while I was doing Spirit Box. I posted it, y'all. They said, hey, little one, and Stephanie talking to them just like I'm talking to y'all. And people are like, well, anybody can use a $10 app. Anybody can use a necrophonic app. Not in carry-on conversations like I do. People get 1, 2-word answers. My spirit's talking whole sentences. Just using a necrophonic. But see, I've been hearing that in my head I'm 58 years old and I've been hit. I could only start remembering that about 2. So for 56 years, I've been seeing ghosts, seeing demons, fighting demons, putting demons back into the pit, casting demons out of people. Studied demonology. I'm a demon. I know my demonology, and if I don't know it, I'll tell you, and I'll go look it up. We'll go look it up. I'm all about some research. I like knowledge. I'm a knowledge like freak. I mean, I get depressed if I don't learn something new every day. I mean, it could just be the simplest thing. Like, my spirit corrected me the other day. I woke up and I was like, Spirits? I woke up and we got a whole blanket of snow out there. And they said, Not snow, it's ice. And I went out there and you know what? It wasn't snow. It was like sleet ice, but it was so white it looked like snow. You know what I'm saying? Because there was like 6 inches of it. We're in the middle of that right now, so I mean, I could lose connection. That may be why I can't get in StreamYard. I'm just on Wi-Fi. Yes, me too, Shandon. You know what I done? My mom was, I was born in the early 60s, but my mom was like the 70s freak. Our whole house was just like that 70s show. Everything was either green or orange. We had the green and orange shag carpet. She had those big old ashtrays, big ceramic ashtrays. She had an orange one and a green one on the coffee table. Everything was green and orange, and you might get a little blue or red in there somewhere. When I was a little girl, I had to wear those white leotards and little pretty dresses. But every year I had to get a new pair of white patent leather shoes. I don't even know if they still make them. And oh God, I hated it. And I'm gonna tell y'all why, because if y'all gonna come in here and chill with me and hang out with me, y'all need to know what I'm about. That way, if this channel's not for you, I mean, I want everybody to come. But if I'm not your cup of tea or whatever, then somebody out there is. Don't waste your time on something that's not benefiting you. You see what I'm saying? Hey, my Gabby, crazy Gabby. No, I did not get in. I am on YouTube. I cannot get in StreamYard. I don't know what's going on. But the people that are in here before you got here are kind of like, they haven't been here as much as you have, Gabby. So I was just kind of telling them, same thing I told all y'all, not everybody likes me. But if you're not happy or this isn't the channel for you, I'd rather you go to a channel that is for you. And enjoy your time on YouTube, because our time's precious. I'm not going to waste your time in here with a bunch of drama. Now, there's days I feel like total shit. I look like shit sometimes when I come on lives. I go back and watch them, and my Parkinson's will be so bad that I'm sitting here doing this. And it drives me crazy. I can't watch them. I'll make them private. Half my lives are private because I realize my head's bobbing and I'm moving like a snake and stuff. But it's because I'm in extreme constant pain. My drug addiction was really not by choice. I did start smoking marijuana at 11 years old. My stepsister smoked a joint with me at 11 and I was hooked. I love marijuana. It's the drug of my choice. I have a medical marijuana card right now. I moved 5 states so I could be in a medical marijuana state. And still, when somebody rides down the road, I try to hide my shit. That's how long I had to do it illegally. My whole life. I've only been clean for 3 years out of 58. So, for 45, 46, 47 years, I was juking and jiving and ducking and diving if I seen the police. I started out as a little young teenager who would call them pigs and tell them, I hate you, you pig. I ended up, through animal control, the county police took us over. I ended up being the damn police. And I've got a lot of respect for police. I'm not a rat. I've never ratted on anybody. That is a big moral thing with me. I don't care if you are on drugs or you're not on drugs or whatever's happening. You don't just straight out rat people out. You don't. Because I come from the Pablo Escobar days. I was involved in those very drugs that come through America. And if the name snitch or rat or anything, or they talked about, I seen Keela talking to the police, you just disappeared. You was in Tupperware and you was gator food. Because it's like poof. And nobody asked, hey, where's Keela at? Because they knew. Everybody knew. Everybody knew where Keela was. Because somebody said she was rat or police. Nobody's ever said that about me. And I can sleep at night. Nobody's blood's on my hands like that. I got blood on my hands, but not from that. There's two things, well, pretty much three things in my life that, well, four if you count God and how I feel spiritually, but that I've never wavered on. I've never ratted on anybody. I've never outright stole from any person, like from an individual. I have stole from like Walmart and corporations. I have. I have stole shit. I'm not gonna sit here and say I didn't, but I've never stole from no individual person, and I've never broken anybody's house or anything like that. Never done that kind of crime. Um, and I never cheated on anybody I was ever with. I believe in being faithful. I think cheating is one of the worst things you could do to somebody, whether it's man or woman. And I think that society has desensitized everybody to it so much, that people end up not respecting each other because you go out and cheat, and I forgive you, and then what? But what I do about it? Nothing. So you're gonna go out and cheat again, and then I forgive you again, because either A, I'm on drugs and need you to keep my supply up and pay for my bills, or B, I really love you and I'm always gonna forgive you. You know what I'm saying? I've never even had casual sex because I can't just sleep with somebody I don't have feelings for. That's like made into my very soul. That's something that even though I get all drunk and I would go out and try, give it the old college try, just the faithfulness thing I just could not break. I mean, that's like one of those things that is unbreakable with me, the faithfulness. I never ever, not even to the point of like talking to somebody behind somebody's back. And I'm old school. I've been around a lot of family members, if you know what I mean, organized family members. I've been around a lot of major crime, although I wasn't really involved in it. I was just associated with people that were. I didn't get into like a lot of crime. I mean, I was a criminal because, just the simple fact that I smoked pot made me a criminal because I had to illegally buy it, transport it, smoke it. It's not illegal to smoke pot in the state of North Carolina, but it's illegal to buy it, sell it, possess it, transport it. You can smoke all you want to if you can get by all them other felonies. So, I mean, the legal system's fucked up. But see, look, y'all done this to me too. Do I have trouble? Where could I read your short stories? Okay, right now you cannot, because right now I don't have anything like out there. I'm talking about like college published short stories. I went to Virginia Wesleyan. You probably, if you really wanted to dig that deep, could go to the archive. They have a whole writers like society there at Virginia Wesleyan. I went to Carolina, UNC Carolina. You probably could go through their archive. I wrote under the two different names. I wrote under Realm Keeper and Sergio Vagros. I write from a male point of view. I write actually from a dragon vampiric point of view, kinda. I was channeling an entity that had many lifetimes. He was like a warrior at one point. There's this like thing called see, I just laid the outline down because it's shot now. There's this thing that I believe in, and that's another thing about it here. I don't expect anybody to believe what I believe. I'm not here to try to change anybody's mind about anything. Everybody's got a right to whatever they believe. And I want this to be a place where we can feel safe and free to say whatever we believe, no matter what it is. Now, as humans, some people gonna judge, but I do a lot of paranormal stuff. I do a lot of ghosts. I do a lot of astral projecting, other realmly, what I call like light work, spiritual work. I had like if somebody's out there dabbling in witchcraft and they open a portal and it's affecting people, I might have to go close it. Somebody might walk in my house and demons are just all over them. I might have to get them off of them. 90. I have some brain tumors. I have major bone and disc gener what do you call it? Like generational it's passed down like it's a bone and disc disease. My bone, I can't think of the word. The word's like 27 letters long. But it's there. I mean, I could spell it out for y'all one day if you need it. But my bones are just crumbling. They're like sand. I feel like peanut brittle. But with the brain tumors, you know how when you lay in the bathtub and you put your head kind of underwater, how that sounds? My entire life sounds like that. I can't hear good. I've was in Saudi Arabia. I was in the army. I was in the 505 Black Lines. Hooah! Heavy wheel mechanic. But I believe in past lives. I believe in reincarnation. And I believe that most of my past lives, I was male. And I've had a rough go of it in this body because I don't really know how to be a female. And I have winged it since day one, dealing with ghosts and all this stuff that I didn't understand. And my grandmother helped me a lot. She really did. She was from a bloodline and she was good. And see, my mother gave me a wet birth. I don't know who my real parents are. So I couldn't understand how my grandmother could teach me all this stuff that only comes through a bloodline. You have to be born with some of these. It you don't develop them. I was born with a lot of my what I call head gifts. I call my gift Jiminy. Jiminy's in my head. Jiminy is a direct link with if I really want to look at something. Like when I come in chat and Crazy Girls chat, every time, and Mr. P's is the same. Every time I come in there are like multiple ghosts there. And they all start talking to me because as soon as I come through the door, they know I can hear them and see them. I try to hide it. I try to not talk about it. If you'll, Shannon, you've been in a lot of chats with me where I've just blurted out like a impromptu reading on somebody. I'm like, who's so and so, and they're saying that the key's in the trunk under the carpet. And I'm pretty accurate, but I call that my Jiminy. That's my angels and spirit guides. The power that I use behind me is Jesus Christ. I'm a Jesus Christ believer. I'm a Christian. I'm not a Catholic. I'm a Christian. No offense to the Catholics, but I'm sorry. I I can't I can't justify the Catholic thing. I don't need no man between me and God. I go straight to the throne. I lucid dream, I astral project. I probably could remote view. I've never tried it, but it can be that much different than astrally projecting. If I can move a physical object from North Carolina to Virginia in an astral projection, and it actually be in a different place that next morning, then I'm pretty sure I could remote view. And I'm not saying all this to brag because I don't want to be famous. I don't want just everybody flogging me and stuff. And I tend to avoid people. I isolate. I'm a hermit. I'm on this rescue out here. I'm on the very fence line of falling off the grid. If I went about 10 more feet, I'd be off the grid. No power, no nothing. I barely got Wi-Fi here. And most of Oklahoma is reservation land anyway. It's land. It's not cities and developments and all that. It is farmland. That's why the rescue's forever farmland rescue sanctuary. But I do need to talk about that before I get. Oh, My point. I believe in this thing called original soul form. Okay? Just like Lucifer was a seraphim, which is more than an archangel, but they call them archangels, but he was from the seraphim class. Um, the bright morning star, one of the most beautiful angels, well, vanity got him. Like, well, who was it? Al Pacino or whoever that played with Keanu Reeves in that movie? Vanity, vanity. It's all vanity. That's why Lucifer fell. God threw him out of heaven or whatever. Now he's this like red, got a tail, got horns. You don't know if he's Behemoth, Belial, Asmodeus, Azrael. I mean, they got them all, Samael, they got them all so mixed up that they're saying they're all the same evil entity. And originally that was Lucifer. Well, he got cast out. He's all this beautiful, but now he's all this ugly. That's people's. That's really not how hell's working. Hell is very organized. Samael and Lucifer are two separate entities. I know this to be fact. Not from a textbook. When you deal with demons, they're two different entities. They're not the same entity. It's not a personification of Lucifer. It is a separate entity. Behemoth, Leviathan, all those are your big princes. You got all this like hierarchy in hell. You got a hierarchy in heaven. The entire universe. This is my just opinion, not fact. I cannot prove it. I feel like God is this because the Bible, and I quote the Bible a lot. I quote all kind of other stuff, Dante, everything. I quote Poe sometimes, but you will hear me throw out a lot of Bible because that's scripture and that's the authority for these kinds of spiritual things. And I don't just stick to one Bible. The Apocrypha, the Book of Enoch, all of it scripture. To me, all that's Bible. Dead Sea Scrolls, it's all Bible. Oh, God. Sidetracked. I lost my damn whole train of thought. Soul form, original soul form. Just like Lucifer was beautiful, now he's ugly. It's all a hierarchy. Everything's a hierarchy. The whole universe. You know what a circuit is? Like, we're electricity. We're energy. We're electric. We're charged. Okay? Everything in the universe runs on a circuit because I believe, because the Bible says to see the face of God, it would kill you. He's so bright and burning. He's pure. He can't handle any kind of sin or mar because he's this purifying fire, like white flame on a grill. You know what I'm saying? You ever seen that white flame? It's like hotter than anything else. Those are the rings of hell. They got different degrees of flame color, even. The deeper you go, the hotter it gets. And that's a Dante. That's something I would quote Dante on. But the Bible tells you that God's this all-consuming fire, and I think he's just like this big. I don't know where he is because the universe is really, really big and infinite. But he's out there. He's in everything. He is everything. He's the only thing that's omnipresent. Lucifer, none of these demons, none of these princes of hell, none of these kings, they're not omnipresent. They can't be everywhere at once. They cannot they can read you to a certain point. Like, they can tell that they could easily lead you into pornography and perversion. So, they're going to use that against you. That's kind of like reading your mind. But really, they cannot read your mind. That's why God tells you in the Bible to go in your secret place and God will meet you there. Like, go in your closet to God's secret place. He'll meet you there. You can commune. That's why a lot of people speak in tongues. It's called their prayer language. I personally don't speak in tongues. But I believe it to be a true spiritual gift, as a lot of people that fake it. But with anything, with reading tarot cards, with doing anything, people are charlatans. They will lie to you and fake you. And I've had so much of that throughout all the years that I'm just tired of it. I feel like somebody needs to tell the damn truth and just put it like it is, and people can take it or leave it. All I can do is share with you what I've been through. But back to the soul form, I feel like God is like this energy. Everything in the universe works on a circuit, just like electricity does. You got positive, you got negative. Positive charge will burn you. A negative charge will burn you, but it's a cold burn. It's a negative burn. But that negative can't exist without that positive. The light cannot exist without the dark, and the dark cannot exist without the light, because they depend on each other to do that optical thing with your eyes to make it all work. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, they talk about the circle of life, circle. It's all interconnected. The Celtic spirals of creativity and flow, keep everything flowing, and all that's real. You want to do all that. So I want to try to take this channel in that direction. Like I say, this coming up Tuesday, I want to do the live meditation. As many people as we can get here to literally for about 15 minutes. We'll do some breathing exercises. We will calm our minds down to that certain level and raise our vibrations. It'll make us feel better. It'll make the air around us better. It will make the world better, therefore making the universe better. I do not believe in the Borg, okay? I believe in aliens, but we're not all connected to one big brain where we're all coming together in this unity like a lot of this new age teaches you. Yes, we are a universal consciousness. We are all connected. We are a oneness. But what they're teaching you is going way beyond unity and oneness and godness. Be careful of yoga, real, true, where you got to go study it for years. Yoga, Kundalini, all these things are spirits. They're spirits. They're alive. They're real. They'll fuck you up. Even know it. Demons are the same way. You can have a demon, you'll never know it. You never know it till somebody calls it out. And you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. And nobody's immune. Nobody. I mean, I'm just giving you some reality. You don't see it every day. Most people don't believe in it, but you don't got to believe in it to make it true. Here's my best piece of advice I could give any human. If you don't know what you're doing, don't fuck with it. Just saying. Alright, anyway. I mean, I'm not telling y'all not to do, build your gifts, but if it's not really what you like or not really your area, like in a spiritual gift, like talking to dead people. A lot of people say, oh, well, I read tarot cards, but I'm scared to talk to dead people. There's a reason for that. That's not your specialty. If you were supposed to talk to dead people, you'd have no fear, trust me. Not if you was not... And when I'm talking, I ain't thinking about no other creators out there. They're great. Michael Dula, over there at Paranormal Invite, gifted, extremely gifted, very connected to the spirit world. So much so that my spirits talk about him. My spirits talk about him. Go look at one of them little necrophonics I posted the other day. They talk about Michael Dula. Name him by name. You can hear him clear. We talk about Costas at Gold Rush Paranormal. Steve Huff, pioneer, in ITC communication. He knows his stuff. I don't know. That's the difference in Costas and Huff is I learned from Huff, but I kind of, got to make myself sit there and watch it, kind of, because it's just... He's been doing it so much, and he's looking for really deep answers, and that's great because he gets them. Angels come and talk to him. Speak across his boxes. I mean, it's great. We wouldn't be where we're at today if it wasn't for Steve Huff and people like Josh and Costas and them. I mean, they're all pioneers. Not really Costas, but they're all pioneers. But Costas is like the new age, or he's like the second generation kind of coming into it. Costas is good. He's connected. He's Greek. He's very spiritually connected. But what all of them have in common and is the same thing that I use. They believe in Jesus. They believe in God. Um, I believe we've been sold somewhat of a bullshit story about it all. The Anunnaki are in there. That's, the Egyptian and the caves at Qumran and all that. That's the original creation story, they say, Mesopotamian. That predates the Bible and any kind of Genesis story. That's where like the Book of Enoch and the Watchers and all that are coming in. Um, I mean, they could very well be aliens. I do not believe that we're in this universe alone. But back to that circle thing, everything works on positive and negative. You have to have a balance. Without balance, everything would burn up or it would implode, it would freeze and shatter. So, and that's anything. It applies to every situation in life. Any situation you come across, things only have the power that you give them. You can call your angels down to help you. You can call your warrior angels, your guardian angels. You can call Jesus down himself. But whatever you're facing only has the power that you give it. And y'all just remember that and you'll be all right. Don't feed the dog because it will grow up and bite somebody. If it's a bad puppy already. I use metaphors too. All right, so I'm trying to move to my big Roman numeral 1 subcategory A. We've done 1 and 2, so now on 3, somebody drop my email, please. Shandon, could you drop my Ye Old Curiosity? It's my name, my channel name, but at gmail.com. If you could, because I can't chat and link. Link into the chat. It won't. I can't. That I'm dropping my email. It's because I would like for y'all as members, subs. I call everybody family. I don't like the members thing. I'm not gonna charge anybody to be a member. You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about being monetized. I'm not here to try to make money. I do missing children, and I'm fascinated with serial killers and all that kind of stuff. But I'm not a true crime channel. I'm a paranormal channel. I'm a paranormal, spiritual, homesteading, animal rescuing, pit bull loving, crazy ass channel. That's pretty much what I am. I don't think there's enough like crazy words to describe it. Alright, so I want y'all to email me your questions that you would like for me to do in a necrophonic session or in a dowsing rod session. Questions, like if you pick a topic like summer whales, send me, 4, 5, 6 questions. What you want to know. Send me what you want to know. And then, those are going to be some of my videos, but a lot of it's going to be live. Pendulum. I do the pendulum readings. Tarot cards. I can do out of my head readings. I can read like that. Like family members, loved one readings. I can do those. But here's the thing. Nobody that does that kind of stuff can guarantee you that we're going to connect. I do not charge for my readings because I can't guarantee you we're going to connect. I mean, we'll try and we'll work together and try until you're ready to say, well, I just don't think it's going to work out or whatever, because I'll keep trying. Because I did a reading for a lady the other day and I told her the same thing and we connected first session. I mean, like, we both knew that it was her. So, it's hit and miss for anybody. I don't care who you are. It doesn't matter who you are. You cannot claim that you can just go right in there. You can't charge somebody $150 for a reading and then say, well, I can't guarantee you results, but there's no refunds. And I've had that said to me several times. And I will never say that to you because you can't control it. I don't care how good you are, how long you've been doing it. You can be 150 years old and be a great sorceress or something, but you can't control the universe. You can't. You can't do it. So I read the Celtic Dragon Tarot cards are the ones I use. I only use one deck, 78 card deck. I can't do big multiple 100 card at a time readings. I can't, But if you want a reading, you'll get a good reading. Now I'm not just doing them for anybody. I mean, if I've never seen you before, you can't come get a 12 card cross, Celtic cross reading. But if you come in here and you hang out and you chat and you're like part of this channel, then yeah, you get a reading if you want it. But I need to know what y'all, questions y'all got for all that. Then I also today, every day, for the people that I have their email, I don't have everybody's email. So that's why I want my, while we're dropping the email, that's why we're dropping the email. One of the main reasons right now that we're dropping it is because I know, Shandon, and I just seen chat, and you have a gift too, and I would love to have you on panel one night, and you talk about it because everybody's got a different skill set, everybody, and now I'm not gonna tell you can't say the word fake in here because they're charlatans. I'll call people fake if I know you fake. I'm gonna tell you fake, but you can't really tell somebody they're fake because who are you to say they're not seeing or experiencing what they think they're experiencing? I mean, that's like, I don't know. We just can't judge other people's gifts. That's not for us, I mean, if you're saying you're seeing a white leprechaun and, leprechaun over there and he's like albino and you are dead set that you're seeing that in that corner, then who am I to say you ain't? A lot of people say, the Mormon church. Joseph Smith, he got those plates from, the Angel Metatron or whatever. And everybody's like, oh, it's a cult, because God wouldn't use an angel to give you new scripture. As long as it fell in line with the Bible, yes, he would. He did it all through the Bible. I mean, do they not know their Bible stories? So, and Joseph Smith was the first person. Now, I actually joined the Mormon church one time. I'm not a Mormon, but I ain't got no problem with the Mormons. It's just not for me. It wasn't me. I couldn't do it. I can't be obedient. But anyway, I'm getting all kind of sidetracked. Let me get back on point. So every day to the people I have their email, I send like a little motivational something. I either send like some kind of just a little short something, a little paragraph or something, hey, this is how I feel like the energy is today. Like today in particular, for example, the energy, if it was scaled of the whole air, the whole environment, the world is a negative today. In my opinion, it's a negative. It's fucked up out there. I mean, I go out here on this 5 acres, but I hate to even go to town. Somebody might just run up out of the absolute blue. They might not even be living in this dimension. They might come through a portal right beside you and shank you in the neck with a parallel universe shank. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, shit is getting real. We are in the last days. I really believe that. I really, really believe we're in the last days. And shit's going to get worse and worse and worse. But for somebody like me that feels everything, I mean, sometimes people like me commit suicide because it's so overwhelming. It's like sorrow and pain, and sometimes I just want to wail like them women do that, like at the well, how they're like at the funeral pyre and they're just wailing and shit. I mean, sometimes I feel like going out here in the middle of the damn field and just wailing because I cry. Man, some mornings I can open my eyes. All I do is open my eyes. I don't even like realize that I'm conscious and I am bawling. Tears are just, I'm just breaking down bawling because the heaviness that is in my energy fields and stuff, the air, like even the oxygen is heavy. And it's bad and it's gonna get worse. Much worse. Um, so I tried to send that out, but like the last couple ones I sent out are Matt Frazier, the psychic medium Matt Frazier. Now I don't know how you feel about Matt. It took me a while to be able to sit down and listen to 20 minutes of Matt. Because he's a Jersey boy. He sound But Matt's cool. The thing that got me about Matt, and this is what I'm looking for in somebody, is the genuineness. Just be truthful. As long as you be truthful, you shouldn't, encounter problems of any kind. Just be true to yourself. Deny non self, be true. That's some of the most truest words I've ever heard. But if you like somebody else, a lot of people like Teresa Caputo. I've watched her many times. I kind of kept myself from forming a real solid opinion on her because she's one of those people that, okay, I see a little bit of shadiness. But is she gifted? Yes, she's gifted. She's real. She's really talking to dead people. She's really getting information from the other world. She just might pad it a little bit. Okay, maybe not even her. Maybe her producers or whoever might pad it a little bit. They might cheat a little bit, but I can't say that she's not good just because I don't like the way they run her show or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like every day in my email, I get these psychics. They're like, Keela, it's imperative that you read this right now, this minute. I need you to answer me today because there's a man in your life and he is not who you think he is and he is out to destroy you, and I need you to call me right now. I will give you a 5-minute reading for $9.99 only, and then I want to sell you this $40 package and this $120 monthly package. But you've got to call me right now. And I'm telling you, you're retrograde, you're this, you're that. They send me all these emails that they spend all this time on. These things are like this long. By the time I finish, go all the way through it and get to that. Because some stuff looks pretty interesting. Like every once in a while, I might want a, yearly horoscope or a numerology report. But by the time I go through all that and get to the end of it, and then it's like $79.99, like you crazier than hell. I can't even believe I read this whole email. That's charlatans. Those are, I'm not saying that there's not some good online psychics out there. Please don't take it like I'm saying that. But I'm saying these people that are like, because there's no man in my life. The man in my life is that puppy right there. That's the only man in my life. And I just got him. I got to train him. I don't have a man in my life. My husband died last August. There's not going to be another man in my life. And my dead husband would tell you. There ain't going to be nobody going to tell me nothing. As far as my life or my spirituality or my soul goes, your soul lives forever. Eternity is forever. Do y'all realize the scope of that? It never ends. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. It's never going to end. Never. Time. There is no time once you leave this body. Time is a man-made measurement. I do know that much about math. Oh man, all kind of people done come in. My chat I just got chat. Like the Mirror Universe and Star Trek. Exactly, Dantes. I agree with you. I agree with you. I really do. Um, Anybody that I didn't speak to, I'm sorry, but y'all know me. I get on that. I done went down 15,000 rabbit holes. And look, y'all, I have, well, I gotta get this chat off here, don't I? Okay, stop. You don't want to come in any other time. Why are you there now? Fade like you usually do. Now, any other time that thing goes in and out, in and out. But look, I had an actual outline. I had a planned live today, and I'm struggling to stay on the first page. This is still announcements, y'all. All right, so if you got any people that you want to get like a little motivational from, if you got like if you want a specific area, you want that little email that I send a couple times a week with a video. I recommend somebody else's video, a little short one. I'm not gonna send you no hour-long video to watch. Just something to raise your vibe in the morning. Keep your vibe raised. You want to keep the higher vibrating you can be, the better your day will be. We need to raise the Earth's vibration right now is negative. She needs all the high vibration we can put into her right now. Mama is suffering right now. The Earth is. It's groaning. It's like going into labor, kind of almost. So, also tell me any persons that you want me to do readings on, like serial killer. If you got a favorite serial killer and you like send me do a read on it, like I said, I can't guarantee you nothing. It might just be my spirits telling me what they know about that particular person. I mean, I may never connect with that particular person. But I mean, we can try. If you got something you want me to try, send me that in the email. Subjects for sessions, like if you got a subject you want to know about. Like me personally, we don't have physical fleshly bodies. When we're in soul form or our spirit form, we're spirits. There's no flesh. We're spirits. But every time I talk to my spirits, they're eating, they're having affairs, they're having knife fights. They were playing baseball the other day. They go, I take them fishing with me. I take them on picnics and stuff to reward them for really good, like, clear answers. And if my necrophonics are a little confusing, I even have a ledger, and it's in every description thing of 1 star means that it's a direct answer to something I've asked. 2 stars means that it's a spirit that I've seen at least like 3 to 5 times or I'm very familiar with, but not my spirit guide. If it's got 3 stars, it's my spirit guide. Evil entities, like if they start saying bull, 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 that means Moloch or Baal is coming. And those are real prince demons that walk through there and smack the spirits around and stuff and tell me how they're going to torture me and kill me. And a lot of stuff I have to cut out. More so, like you wouldn't hear Josh or Costas or Steve Huff or them having to go through that shit because they don't let you hear it. For one, they don't put it out there. I share what I get. I think you should hear. I think not all of it. I don't put that deep, where they called me a cunt twice the other day in one reading. Same spirit called me a cunt twice. And I finally had to, like, stop the video and be like, look, about had enough of you calling me a cunt. Now, you want to call me a cunt again, I'll put your ass in the abyss and you'll never come back out. Now, we can do this if you really want to do it. Somebody sent me an email the other day. They said, I don't understand you. You're going to get demon possessed because you talk to them spirits like they're little kids. You're condescending. I ain't condescending. I'm confident. Because if you show any fear, it don't matter how scared I am. I'm really scared. A little bit. Sometimes. Moloch scared. Princely demons should scare you. because they can fuck you up for real. They can reach from an invisible world into a physical world and yank your ass up and do whatever they want to you, except for they can't kill you. They have to have God. They cannot take a gun to their head and shot themselves and lived and was way worse off than they was. But people who are left are the ones that really suffer because you done checked out of your problem. And I don't mean that to sound cruel, y'all, but this is how I am. I can't sugarcoat it for you, you know? If you commit suicide and you're successful, it's because that's how you were meant to die. That's because God allowed you to die. God is the only person who decides who lives and dies. There is no Azrael running around with a damn sickle deciding who's going to die at what time. All he's doing is gathering, and he's like a bureaucratic angel that has to run around and make sure everything's running smoothly. For real. And I know y'all sitting there thinking this bitch is bad shit crazy. I've been diagnosed, I am. But I'm really not. And anybody that knows anything about what I'm talking about knows that I'm not. And I know that I'm sounding cocky right now because I'm in here and I'm just trying to get it all said. But and I sound rough. I have an aggressive tone just to my everyday talking. Like I said, you either gonna like me or you ain't gonna like me because there ain't no in between with me. Most people, you know, you either do or you don't. You know, a lot of people might tolerate me, but they don't hate me. But there's just no like in between. It's not like, oh, I think I want to be her friend. You know quickly whether you want to hang out or not. And if you don't, that's cool. Because everybody's got different personalities and stuff. I'm very, very open-minded. I'm very, very forgiving. I'm very, very low-key. Even though I sound like I'm rough. I can get rough if I have to. I try not to do that anymore because every time I do it blackens my soul, which lives on forever and ever and ever. And I never finished my original point of original soul form. My grandmother, who was not my biological grandmother because I was adopted, told me early on I was having nightmares. The ghost was scaring me. I was about 3 years old, like three and a half. I mean, I'm terrified. I'm waking up screaming. I'm running for my life, you know, from stuff that's just like, because I couldn't stop it. I couldn't control it. I remember like the first person I actually remember seeing was a ghost. It wasn't even a real person, but I thought it was until I realized it wasn't. And it scared shit out of me. And I spent most of my life, that's where a lot of my drug addiction come from, was trying to escape from the hell that's happening inside my head with all this chatter going on, you know. I mean, I have to at least do some medical marijuana or something to calm it down, because you can ask a couple people that I talk to behind the scenes. I can't, some days I can't follow a sentence through, much less as much as I've talked today. So I'm trying to get it all out there so I can get it all said. All right, if you got any motivational people, person, subjects for sessions, readings, all that, or general suggestions for lives or videos, please, you know, send me an email, drop that in email. But I really do want you all to, like, sometime in the next week or so, try to send me some questions for some readings and stuff. Tell me what kind of reading you want. Like, do you want it on the afterlife? Do you want it on a missed child? What do you want it on? You know, tell me what you want. All right, item number 4, the most important one on my list, is on Monday, March the 21st, is my birthday. I want to have a live birthday bash. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Coming or not, I'm going to be there. I'm going to have a good time. Good time. All right. Can't say what's going to happen there because I don't know. Won't be no, like, following no outline. That's for sure. It's going to be my birthday. All right. Shandon caught all this, but I didn't see the rest of y'all come in. I apologize. Welcome. I love you. You know, I can't hold my phone and do the heart too, but Tuesdays and Fridays, I want to do this brunch break. That's what we're doing right now, brunch break. I called it Freaky Friday Brunch Break. And I'll come up with something for Tuesdays, and it be brunch break. But I was thinking 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central Standard Time. But if that's not good for you, let's talk about that now. So we can get a time that's good for everybody, because a lot of this has to do with some of my close family that come in chat or across the pond in Scotland and England, and there's a time difference, and they miss all the nighttime lives, because if we're on at like 10 o'clock at night, it's 4 o'clock in the morning there, so they're not sitting in there listening to me flap my guns at 4 o'clock in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Shandon and Crazy Girl. And did Jess ever make it? Jess was not feeling good at all for the last few days. But I don't know if I don't think she might not be coming, because she just wasn't having, we couldn't even talk this morning on the phone because she just was not having a good day. So I hadn't talked to her for a couple of days, and I was getting worried. So I called her and asked her, are you okay and all? And she just said she ain't been feeling good, so. And everybody's been feeling bad. There's my Gabby is here. Everybody, y'all keep Gabby in your prayers. That's my, I call her my live ride or die, because she's always here, and she's always on time. I can't even make it on time. She's very punctual. She's my girl. She really has supported me, and I really appreciate it, Gabby. I appreciate Crazy Girl. I was stuck on 9 subscribers until one night I went over to Crazy Girls and she dropped my link, and I went up to 20. And boy, I was big balling with them 20 subscribers. But I say it again, I'd rather have 20 great subscribers like y'all than 1,000 that I don't know and I can't talk to and like be real with. You know what I'm saying? I'm more like quality over quantity. I don't care about being monetized, although I am going to talk about money here in a minute. I got to get to that. I got to get through this shit. I have an actual outline. Alright, the motivational video for today was going to be a 3.5 minute Matt Fraser video. I think I sent it to, no, I sent, the email people got a different one today. I had a shorter one for in here. It was like, the Spirit's message for you today. Basically, it was, don't let stuff stop you. If you want to do something, and you feel it and it's in your heart to do it, then you go do it. Don't let people and stuff like that. Don't let negativity slow you down. Basically, is what he was saying. But I'll do it one day in the email thing. So if you want to be on that list for the daily little motivational message or video or whatever, it won't be the same thing every day. But it'll be short and quick and to the point. It'll be a big, I send out a big group email and y'all can click on the link or not, to go. It'll be somebody else's video. It won't be me. I think we should, support each other and promote each other. And, me and Crazy Girl, I know, and Shandon, you've been there. We've talked about this many, many, many times. And Gabriella and Molly Drake and all of us that are, come from Mr. P's and stuff. We should always, be there. I mean, we all gonna have bad days. We might not, just like everybody or whatever, because, we're people. We got emotions. But we can, as long as we keep respect, as long as we're respectful and civil and can discuss, these deep topics without starting to cuss each other, which everybody that I see in here has done it numerous times. We can do that. We've done it. We know how to be adults, and that's just important. Me either, Shannon. I can't sleep because I'm in pain, but I know Dallas is. Are you still here, Dallas? Is that Dallas still here? Dante, you know what I'm talking about, kind of, right? Yeah, I didn't realize I was zoomed in. I am on this phone and I'm YouTube illiterate. I'm used to StreamYard. Well, he could tell you on the necrophonic Dante's. That's what I was saying. I mean, I still communicate with him, even though we had that like love hate relationship. Um, he was the kind of evil narcissist that a couple days before he died, he told me that when he got to hell, he was gonna bust it wide open. He was gonna kick whoever was on that throne was gonna get their ass kicked, and he was gonna take it over. And I said, don't even kid like that. He said, I'm not kidding. I'm serious. This is how evil the man was. And I said, well, I hate to say it, buddy, but they're going to rip you to fucking shreds when you get there. Because that's another thing. And I was going to save it for another night, but I might as well say it now. Don't talk smack about, say, Lucifer or the devil or Beelzebub. Don't talk shit because you can't back it up because you're a human. Even an imp could probably, unless you just, you know what I'm saying? It's just, you don't want to talk shit and piss something off unnecessarily that can inhabit your spirit and lead you down a road that may put a brick on the hell side of the scale for you. You know what I'm saying? You just, is even a Chihuahua got a lot of heart. And I've seen some Chihuahuas run big ass pit bulls off because they got so much heart that, the pit just go on. Okay? But don't take that kindness, don't mistake that for a weakness. Because ain't nothing weak about hell. Hell's coming at everybody individually and collectively. And they coming deep and they coming strong. And like I said, you don't got to believe it to make it true. It's a spiritual, I'm talking about spiritual reality. You'll hear a lot of people say it. You may have even heard it before in your life. But the spiritual unseen world is more real than this world is. And that's the kind of shit that puts us in mental institutions. But I don't care because I'm not going to apologize for anything that I've experienced. And that's why I won't tell somebody else that they're not experiencing what they say they're experiencing because how do I know? I'm not them. Or how does anybody know? How could you go in and say, oh, well, she's a fake, she's this, she's that? Okay, prove it then. You might catch somebody slipping, but it doesn't necessarily mean they don't have a gift. Everybody might not be all on point at that very specific time. And most people that want to call you a fake and stuff want to just pick that one vulnerable time that them demons help set up for them. Because any kind of chaos or discord or disharmony, hell's promoting it and they're standing behind it and they're putting muscle in it like Mr. Clean. I'm telling you. The world is coming to that because we are, like I said, I believe we're in the last days. I don't mean to sound preachy. I do that sometimes. I'm sorry. Moving on. Forever Farmland Rescue Sanctuary. I don't come in here and ask for money. But in all my descriptions on all my videos, they are links to my Cash App, my PayPal, and there is a PayPal donation link. That is for the animal rescue that I run here. In January, we signed on this place. I have an $890 mortgage, and I only draw $833 a month. Social Security. Okay? But I got 5 acres. I got 3 on concrete, big, wired, plumbed buildings that I'm going to turn into tiny houses and, It's good pasture land. It's right here in Braemar. There's maybe 20 houses here in town. I'm the smallest plot of land around here. Everybody else is like over 100 acres. Some of them over 1,000 acre farms. So I'm just this tiny little homestead dropped into the middle of all of it. But 2 miles down the road, they rescue deer. They rescue reindeer. They have these like special deer. They're kind of like reindeer, but they're called something else. I don't know that much about deer, but it's a deer farm. It's a deer farm. They got some emus and stuff like that. Okay, about 4 miles that way, they raise big turkeys, and they have wild turkeys, but they have like turkeys that you eat, which I like wild turkey, but like grocery store turkeys, like you get. They raise turkeys, they raise guineas, ducks. Everybody out here, even the little camper down the road, got a flock of chickens. Okay, chickens is a big thing in Oklahoma. Everybody got their own chickens. Well, I also run Ye Old Curiosity Shop. That's a real thing. It's like an online thrift store. I have new stuff. I have used stuff. I have vintage stuff. It's all in A+ condition. I really ain't been doing it since I've been on YouTube. I haven't even tried to sell anything since my first couple videos. I make jewelry. I can make dream catchers, the drums, Native American stuff. We do acid etching on glass. I have a candle lady that makes homemade candles, and oh my God, they're fabulous, and they don't just like burn right up or nothing. Um, I think we all should support each other. If you have any kind of like skill or if you're just crafting and want to sell a few things, we all should like network and support each other, put each other out there. Like with that raid thing, people subscribe to you, you subscribe to them, it all works, everybody's happy, kind of thing. You know, my stuff's very reasonably priced. I had a giveaway that I still haven't mailed this stuff out. But it's been a rough year. It's been a rough year, and it's only February. But I've talked to my winners. I'm good. Um, if you should decide to donate to the rescue, I assure you that every dime of it goes straight to these animals. But we rescue fighting cocks, ex-fighting cocks. Chicken fighting's a big thing out here in Oklahoma. You wouldn't believe how many. I just been walking down the dirt road when I'm fishing or something, and there's a big old rooster that lost a fight, and they just left it there to die, and it's laying there suffering. I put a many of them out of their misery. But I brought a few of them home too. I've nursed a few of them back from the brink of death. I got a big bad yard boss out there. I got a big nice. Now they're getting healthy flock, but just about every chicken I have was injured in some way or another. And I got some like blue sapphires. Which brings me to the whole point of telling y'all all this. If you buy anything from the kitchen, oh shit! Thanks, Charles. Now that right there was some ghost activity. Y'all see that? That big painting just fell off the wall out of us. The damn thing. I'm talking too much, I guess. Charles, you didn't have to do all that. Now, I do have a ghost named Charles. He's attached to a painting of Lord Byron, of all things. But anything you buy from the Curiosity Shop, 100% of that money goes right back into the animal rescue. The whole point of me having the Curiosity Shop is to make money for the rescue. I don't go out and beg for money and all that kind of stuff. We struggle, but you know what? It'll get done. If nobody wants to donate, that's fine, but it'll still get done eventually. Might take a while. But my whole point of telling y'all all this is my little grandbaby, she's 2. She got what's called a mini frizz rooster. It's a real fancy, little tiny miniature rooster with all these fancy feathers, and it's great for like my dream catchers and my Native American stuff. My daughter-in-law is Native American, so my grandbaby is Native American. And my grandbaby's just like me. She loves animals, any animal. She kisses the eggs before we crack them in the frying pan every morning. She has to kiss that egg, or you better not crack it till she kisses it. She goes out there and gets the eggs herself. She's not scared of none of these, nothing. She ain't scared of nothing. She's 2 years old. She done her own spirit box the other day. It's posted. I mean, it was like 2 minutes of, hey, but she wouldn't leave me alone until I let her do it. And they actually talked to her. They were like, oh, hey, little one, and all this stuff. So I posted it because it is clear, intelligent communication. It's not some radio wave randomly saying the right words at the right time. It's not. We've been doing it too long. I have been. Well, I say we because I got, the cricket, Jiminy Cricket in my head and all that. But Lou, is my border collie. She's a full-blooded border collie. She's 9 months old. She was born on May 28th of 2021. She's up to date on all her shots. She's had her baby shot. She's been wormed. She's been took care of. Excellent dog. She's good with kids. She's good with other dogs. Just any dog she meets. She's not aggressive. She's good with cats. She chases them, but she don't hurt them. She don't even try to catch them. She just, bounces around and makes them run. That's all she wants them to do is run. Great with little babies, like still sitting in the little sitter thing. Got issue with roosters. Got a rooster killing problem. Got a rooster killing. Something going on. Now, I've raised pits and cane corsos and stuff like that my whole life. I've never trained. I mean, I worked at the vet 34 years, worked at animal control 10 years. Never trained a herding, working farm dog. I don't know how. I mean, she's very high energy and I am very low energy because I got all these health problems. I would love to get out there and throw that frisbee all day long every day and keep her mind occupied so she doesn't go kill something. A rooster. Now, she don't kill anything else. She don't even chase the hens. It's just the roosters. I can't figure it out. It's a dog psychology thing that I'm not equipped to handle. But, of course, it had to be the little mini frizz. And what it was the day that my dog was so sick and dying that I had to take her to the lake and and then we took her to the vet and put her down. She was aggravating Bella, and Bella got like a little snappy, and I made Lucy go outside, and she kind of copped an attitude, and she went out there and kind of like bumped into the little rooster. Well, the little rooster turned around, because he's like a chihuahua, he's all, and flew up in her face, like he's gonna flock her. Well, all the cackling and the hollering and all that began. It was right underneath my bedroom window. I'm screaming at her. I'm trying to get up and get out the door to get out there to save the little rooster. But I can't move fast enough. I get out there and he's pretty much face down, stripped. His sides ripped open. The rooster's, she done dispatched the roo, right? I'm like, Lucy, come here. She wouldn't even come to me. She ran from me. She knew what she done. Had feathers all hanging out of her mouth. I mean, caught. Red-handed. Guilty. So I'm dealing with my other dog dying and all this stuff. I really ain't got time to deal with this rooster killer. But I love this dog. We've had this dog since she's about 10 months old. Somebody had abandoned her in a house. They left her there. They took their other dogs when they moved or whatever, but they left her locked in a house to starve to death. She's a loving dog. She's sweet. She's a great dog. She sits, she stays, all that stuff. Unless she's after a rooster. then nothing else exists. Well, I don't know how to break that. Everybody around me's got chickens. The neighbors are already saying, I'm going to kill that dog. I couldn't find my chicken this morning. My black rooster, I couldn't find him. Well, if somebody's rooster disappears and it don't come in by nighttime, like, chickens put themselves up at night, then they, next time they catch her over there, they're going to just put a bullet in her head or whatever. I don't want that for her. She's too good of a dog. So I'm having a big push. I need all y'all to help me. Please help me find her a forever home. Like I say, she's had everything done except for being spayed. But since we're a nonprofit, I can help you get like a major discount on that. Whoever was is to give her a home, we can take care of any problem, anything like that that comes up. We're even willing to travel, X hundred amount of miles to meet someone, if they're not right here in Oklahoma, kind of thing. She needs a family. She doesn't have to be on a farm. She could do suburbia with a fence. She's well used to a fence. She's been pinned many times. Um, she needs kids. She needs either outdoors people who are young and they're all the time going hiking and fishing and camping. She needs something like that as adults, or she needs a kid or kids, plural. She's very active. She's very energetic. She's very healthy. She's a good dog. Y'all see her all the time. She's always on the lives with me. She's outside playing in the snow now though. So the other day, another rooster. She went under the house and wouldn't come out. She would not. She refused to come out. She come out and give me that guilty look and went back up and under there. Well, everybody in town was counting their chickens and everybody else swears that she'll start killing cats and stuff too, but she does not bother them cats. They lay out there and love on each other and everything else. I got 2 kittens and 3 grown cats out there that are up for adoption too, if anybody would like to have a cat. But right now, I'm pushing the Lucy thing. I even put a link up. A video of just all different kinds of videos I had of her. Talking about it, please somebody save this dog, because if I, as an animal rescue, have to take this dog to a pound or a shelter, personally, in my heart, I couldn't do it personally. I'd have to make my son do it, but and abandon her there. I know what abandonment feels like. I know what rejection feels like. I think about that. When you take a dog to a shelter, you think about that dog. You've been that dog's God. And all of a sudden, you just stick it in a cage with a bunch of strangers on a piece of concrete. And the shelters out here are not no-kill shelters. They get 3 days legally. Now, a lot of these country shelters will give them, sometimes the dog might get months. If it's a good dog and they know it's going to be a good dog for somebody, they won't put it down. But most dogs get 3 days and that's it. 3 to 5 days. And if somebody doesn't just come in and fall in love with you and adopt you for their normally high price, then you get euthanized. And what's called the daily kill. Because I worked at an animal shelter. I know what that is. I got wrote up because I refused to use a gas chamber because I was licensed to give a lethal injection. Why would I put a dog in a gas chamber to suffer and suffocate when I could put one peacefully to sleep? For 17 cents more per animal. So, it's just a lot of injustice I've seen, and I'm done talking now. I didn't even make it. Sorry, y'all. I had my Wi-Fi spotty. I just wanted to get to Lucy, and if y'all could share that video, that because all the emails in there, my phone number's in there. Don't want no money. Free to get home. She's full-blooded border collie. She loves to play frisbee. She comes with 2 frisbees and some personal toys and a blanket. And a lot of energy. I'm made of energy, but I don't have a lot. I'm running on credit on these last few years. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sorry I talked y'all's head off. I'm not gonna, I've already I've went an hour and a half. I said 2 hours max, so we got about a few minutes. So let me see if I can get one more thing in. The war. I want to talk about the war. What y'all think about that? Russia has invaded. They have invaded the Ukraine. I think they're on day 2. Day 2. We have not actually become officially involved yet. The United States hasn't. But you know, we're in the UN. Everybody's sending troops. England's sending troops. Everybody's sending troops. And okay, but now and see everything ties in. You know, like I was saying about the last days and all that. There's this thing in Revelations called the 200 million red demon army that's going to be unleashed during the tribulation. And you know, that to me screams communism. Okay, you got Russia, China, Korea, Cuba, and anybody that knows, correct me if I'm missing anybody, but I think that's the majority of the communists that are left. There may be a few little other countries that I don't know about, but your big ones that are missile capable or whatever are Cuba, Korea, China, and Russia. With Russia being your superpower, Russia's the leader. Russia's the leader. I don't know though. China might be the leader. Russia just thinks they're the leader. You know, it could go either way. Russia and China's probably, I don't know. China got more men. Russia's probably got more evil. Russia kills to be killing. That's what's happening in the Ukraine, I think. Does anybody really know? Shannon, you're probably the only one left. Everybody done left us. you are. You are the only one left. Thank you, girl, for hanging in there, man, because everybody done said, the hell with this shit. We got to go. But I didn't mean to fly it all out like that. I do get sidetracked easy. And, you know, I mean, sometimes stuff needs to be said, and I can't really stop it.
It's because I made her mind wander with a wake and bake.
No, it was a pretty good live. Actually, I seen a lot of people going, but with me talking like that and all, I can't read it. And see, on YouTube, it comes in and out. It doesn't stay on chat like it does on StreamYard. I hate being live on YouTube. I'm gonna, after this is when me and you leave, I'm gonna like go find out what the problem is with StreamYard. I mean, I'm gonna have to contact somebody, I guess, and find out. See, it won't stay on. It just won't stay on. The chat won't. But I just don't understand the motive for the war on Russia's part, except for just like Putin is an asshole because Ukraine don't really have no resources. I mean, it's not like, you know, they got oil or anything they can go in there and, you know, it's not like it's Saudi Arabia or nothing. I just don't understand what we would start World War III over. What's in the Ukraine that's worth starting World War III over? I think it's a pissing contest between Russia and the United States because just like a predator, Russia smells the weakness and the fear that's in America because basically we belong to China because we owe them. We'll never be able to pay them off. We're basically the United States of China anyway. But Biden, I don't know how y'all feel, but Biden's a damn like token president. He couldn't find his damn way out of a wet roll of toilet paper. He's not all there. He's probably being mind controlled by the CIA. And if say what he says, I don't know. I know for weeks he talked about men on the moon, and then he said after they told him he couldn't say that kind of stuff anymore, every press conference he would look over there and say, "Am I allowed to say that?" I mean, they had the man. He's president of the United States. Asking somebody, could he say something? This is America. He can say whatever the fuck he wants to. If he wants to say there's men on the moon, he can. But I'm just saying, he's weak, and Russia smells it like a damn fresh killed rabbit or something. I mean, they're smelling it. They smell the weakness. They're even talking about they may invade us here on our own soil because they'll come in through Cuba. Yeah, I wish they would. You know, I'd like to think or whatever with my badass talking self. Because the thing about him being weak is he's not even strong enough to nod his head yes to annihilate something. I mean, a lot of this shit, if they come here, we could. I'm pretty sure we could take them off our own soil, but we got no business over there. But I understand why we're over there because I was in the military, and it's a NATO thing. We're a member of NATO. NATO says go and keep the peace. You have to commit so many troops to that NATO. But he didn't just do that. He committed like hundreds of thousands on top of that. He's arming up big time to like actually go out there and engage with Russia. What the fuck is what that makes me say. Let me see who's here now. Okay. Alright, cool. Jess, my girl, Jess. Well, we had we're back up to 6. It got down to me and Shannon there for a second. But, yeah, I don't even know. I mean, what the hell does she do? She don't even make public appearances or nothing, does she? I mean, shit, I think she's in some kind of scandal or something. The damn Congress is all over. I don't even know what they're doing with her. I thought she was maybe actually going to help women along in that role, and especially women of color, but I don't think she's helped nothing. She was smarter before she got there than she is now. Yeah, I asked where you were earlier, and then I was like, Jess ain't here. She was like, well, damn, she ain't been feeling good. I was like, we didn't even talk on the phone this morning because she didn't feel good. I said she been feeling rough for a couple of days. So I just kind of put it out there. Yeah, Shandon, kind of like Sylvia Brown. I believe Sylvia Brown. This proves my point of what I was saying a while ago. I believe Sylvia Brown was a psychic or a medium or whatever, but her prediction accuracy was like 0. She could screw up some yearly little predictions. Even the damn Ponchachuli Field can get his prediction right. You think of what is it that sees their shadow? What's that? A groundhog? You think if a groundhog could do it, Sylvia Brown could do it. But she just could not predict nothing for nothing. She could read, or she might even talk to her spirit guide. I'm not doubting her gift, but she couldn't predict. Predicting wasn't her skill set. Just like that VP, man, that VPing just ain't her skill set. Politics ain't her skill set. I know. Did you ever get anything ate and keep it down? Yeah. Oh, and that's another thing that brought me to my B point under that header. China is now threatening Taiwan. They threaten to militarize and advance on Taiwan. So look, we're only on day 2 of the Russia-Ukraine thing, and half of the Ukraine's already blowed off the map. So, what does China do? Jumps right in there like any good dog in a dog fight. They're acting like a bunch of chows that are living at the junkyard. That's what world leaders act like, a bunch of scrawny dogs with matted hair that want to fight each other over some dirt in an old metal junkyard, where cars are and stuff, where they're just like feral dogs, like feral dogs. That's what it reminds me of when they start like talking their shit before the war. Yeah, we do, and we should all help each other like reach our fullest potential. I will never tell you that what I believe is the right way because I don't know that. All I know is what I know. I don't know if it's right or wrong. But if it's done me wrong, I won't, still be believing in it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like I was saying, that stuff's all in my head, but I can't come in here and tell y'all, oh, I'm a psychic medium. I can do you a reading for X amount of dollars. I'm just gonna tell you like what my Gemini is telling me in my head, and you just gotta take my word for it, okay? And no refunds. I can't guarantee anything, but no refunds. Right? Am I telling the truth? Who wants that? Is anybody gonna believe me if I come in here and say, "Oh, well, Shannon, your grandmother done this or your grandmother done that"? You just gonna have to believe me on it. I have no tool to help you believe it. You just got to take my word. Not saying that my word's bad, but I ain't just taking somebody's word unless I know that their word is 100% correct. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you right now, I ain't no 100% correct. Ain't nobody out there 100% correct. If they tell you they 100% correct, they lying. They bullshit. Because fate, destiny, all of it is ever changing. All this could be changed in a moment's notice. There is no absolute in dealing with spirits or dealing with God or the universe or whatever, except for the absolutes that God makes. We can't go in with an absolute ultimatum and demand that such and such an ancestor show up and give us a reading. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Natasha, I'm glad to see you. I just now got all the way down there to where I seen where you said that. Yes, Jess. Thank you, Jess. Go ahead and go, because we're just chilling now. I'm pretty much done. I'm off the soapbox kind of thing. I got all in my... Actually, I didn't get my feelings today. I just got sidetracked because I was trying to get everything out really fast. Because some days, I'm so scatterbrained, I can't complete a whole thought in one sentence. You know what I'm saying? A little simple thing like, do you know where my lighter is or something? I can't even get that out without getting off track. And that's just because I'm so overwhelmed. There's so much noise in my head. Like, I can't stand the spirit boxes that use the white noise, the like static. I can't hear anything in that because in my head, even me speaking, especially me speaking, it sounds like I'm laying in a bathtub with my ears under the water, in a bath, like I'm underwater. And it's like that 24 hours a day. So then you add a bunch of noise to that. So that's, kind of what's going on in my head. Yeah, it's good to see you, Natasha. Shandon, have you met Natasha? This is Shannon. I've been chatting with Shannon for a while from some other chats. That's Natasha. She found us one night, just, checking out stuff. And she's come back because that's what I'm saying. You kind of, you get what you get. There's either something there for you or there's not. But if this isn't the channel for you, and I'm not saying this to y'all because y'all are here, but I'm saying, I'm not gonna fight with trolls and, start wars with other creators and stuff. That ain't gonna happen here. I want everybody to be happy. If you're not happy here, there's a channel that will make you happy. You just got to find what it is, Everybody's got different things they like or whatever. That's why I need y'all to send me your ideas. Send me what you want me to do with this content-wise. Is paranormal, serial killers, murders, angels, demons, Bible, whatever subject you want, or you got questions about or whatever, then, and like I'm going to pick the people, because everybody will probably send me something. And, like on Tuesdays and Fridays for this brunch break, we'll, like if you want to do a necrophonic on summer whales, send me, anywhere from 5 to 10 questions that you want to know. Run your train of thought out and that'll be what we do that day. I'll do that spirit box, That's why I say, like a subject, or if you just got individual questions, And tell me whether you want like the cards to answer them, the rods, the pendulum, the spirit box. If you want me to try to get any kind of special guest, I am gonna try to negotiate something with Mr. P, see if he'll come on, do some stuff. And I got a couple different people I want to kind of bring on. I'm gonna bring on a candle lady that sells these freaking awesome best smelling candles, and they don't burn up real quick, and they're not
Boggy Bottom
expensive.
Gypsies.
What is it called?
Boggy Bottom Gypsies.
Boggy Bottom Gypsies. They're on Facebook. Excellent, excellent. Homemade, natural candle maker.
Oh, she's trying a new
I think they do soaps too, and
She's trying a new
don't they do like carpet fresh? She makes this smell good stuff like carpet fresh or whatever that you vacuum with. Oh my god, it'll make it's good. She's good. I want to maybe do a couple things on like some depression, maybe a couple different mental like bipolar. I wanted to do some real content and then some paranormal content too, which that's real too, but I'm going to get a camera. Actually, I mean, by the time my birthday's over, it should be warm enough to start hitting cemeteries, old abandoned farms, like lakes. I go to all these lakes and on people's big ass farms. They let us fish there. You can there are spirits everywhere around that water. Water draws spirits. Water's a conduit. This is weird. If out of me the last 3 days, I was feeling exactly the same as you. I had such a headache. My ears were bad and blocked. Yeah, me too. My whole face was swollen up the other day, Natasha. You can ask Jess. The whole side of my face swelled out because my sinus plate and all that. It just was like, I don't know. It was weird. I was better the next day. I come really close to calling an ambulance, but it'd be really expensive out here because I'm at least an hour to an hour and a half from just a urgent care, much less an emergency room. Yeah, my cards told me to like recharge and all that, and that's what I've been doing. Plus, I did go. I know I move a lot, but like I say, I got a lot of health issues, and they had diagnosed me with pre-Parkinson's, but now I have the full Parkinson's diagnosis, and I started a medicine the other day, and it seems to be helping because my head is not bobbing like it normally does, and I don't even realize I'm doing it. But I went back and watched my live, and I about got dizzy because I'm rocking like this because my back hurts, and I'm sitting here on the edge of the bed. I don't have anything behind my back. And I'm rocking like that, and then my head's bobbing all different ways. It was crazy. I looked like a snake or something like I was. And I about got dizzy trying to watch it. My hands shake real bad. I can't even hardly make a video outside. Poor little Gabriella Dodge, she said that it about makes her sick because the camera shakes, and she gets woozy. That's why I'm going to buy I started my channel with a $10 Go phone and a $10 Necrophonic app. Well, I still got the $10 Go phone. I still use it on the channel. I still got the $10 Necrophonic app. But I found my old Samsung A11 phone, and it's just a little bit better. That's the one I'm on now. So that's what I'm working with. I have nothing for a channel. As far as ways to make videos, I use video editors and stuff and do the best I can. But I'm fixing to up the game. I'm gonna get a couple apps. This is my birthday month, so I'm buying a camera for myself. That's going to be my present to myself for the channel. I'm going to buy a camera with infrared and all that so I can go and do paranormal investigations. Because that's what I really like to do. I mean, that's my communicating with ghosts and stuff like that is my skill set. I mean, I record, I do all that. I mean, but that's my that's where I get my best. And I think that would be the best content because that's a lot more exciting. Me out there, maybe getting scared by ghosts, maybe even screaming or running or getting chased by a wild hog out here in Oklahoma in the woods in the middle of the night. I can be like CJ Faison and Jasco, you know what I mean? Could be like Jasco and leave y'all hanging at the end of the video and tell you I gotta have 50,000 likes. To let you know what happened after the video stopped. Yeah. I'm not making fun of him. I love CJ Faison to death, but I had to quit watching Jasco because it tore my nerves up. I was worrying about the little boy. You know, I'm keep thinking, oh my God, he dropped the camera. Did he get caught? Did they kill him? You know, are they really out there? You know, it was like, and I know what the deal is with, you know, the Randonautica drama channels, but I really was getting too worried for him because I can't help it. That's that empathic thing. I can't just see it as entertainment. I got to see it as that. You know, well, he had a headache today. That guy shouldn't really be chasing him with that taser, you know, kind of thing. And I get too involved with it. Now, CJ, I don't do that with CJ. I can actually watch CJ, but he's not over dramatizing it. He's just like more believable. But I mean, you know, when you come on YouTube and you watch a show like somebody that goes out randonauting or ghost hunting, it's there's gonna be a little bit of drama, but a little bit of natural drama is good, not every video overload drama, leave you on the edge of your seat, not knowing if the boy lived or died, kind of thing. You know. I can't. It tears my nerves up. It's not that I don't like it, you know, because it's like a good movie. I love a good movie, but I don't know. I feel like I know him because I watch him every day on YouTube, you know, and therefore I worry about him, and you know that just opens a whole Pandora's box inside my head. Y'all learn, especially if you hang around. You know, I'm a weird one. I'm an odd duck, and I'm not ashamed of it. And, you know, if people want to get mad at me and they want to try to go out there and dox me or whatever, you can't hurt me with my past. Because I put it all out there anyway. Because I don't care. I don't care. Because, and I'm not saying this to be a smartass or to be mean, but I don't have to answer to anybody but God. You know, I mean, when I go judgment, that's the only place I really have to truly answer anybody. I can sit here all day long and say, well, I don't care what y'all think about me, but that'd be a lie because as humans, we do care. We want people, we want to build relationships where we feel like we're benefiting in those relationships. And that's why I say, you know, if anybody ever says, well, I don't agree with you on that or whatever, that's cool. You can say that. Just keep it respectful. Say, I don't agree with you on that, killer. This is what I think. Don't say, I don't agree with you, you fucking cunt. Because I don't agree with you, you fucking cunt, will push my button and turn me into a different person. That's all I ask out anybody that in my family is just be respectful, be kind. Yeah, not just. I would love to see everybody be kind and just loving and open and hearted and compassionate and you know all that. But I mean, everybody is human. Like was it Natasha that just said that we're all human? Yeah, see, and I'm a heavy, heavy empath. Like, I was telling them that some days I can step outside and I feel like I'm smothering, like I can't breathe. It's in the air, it's so thick, the negativity. You know how they do like the smog report for the day and they say, oh, we in the red, we in the yellow, or whatever. Well, if I had to do like a energy on Earth today read, today would be a negative negatives or something. But then that don't make sense because two negatives make a positive. But see, I can do that much math. I do know my number line, my negatives and positives and all that. Yeah, And please don't ever think I'm ignoring y'all in chat. All the people that left probably think, well, that bitch never even spoke to me. She just talked the whole time. But I was trying to get it all out. But that'll happen sometimes, and sometimes I don't do nothing but chat. I don't even talk about any kind of subject. I'll say, well, I didn't have nothing planned. I thought we'd just hang out, Talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. Talk about whatever. Dance sometimes, make balloon animals sometimes. Maybe share some recipes. Whatever you want to do. I like to eat. I'm a fat girl. I love to eat. And I love good, different food, too. I like me some McDonald's, too, now. Don't get me wrong. But I like good food. I like good wine. I don't drink. I'm not a drinker. But I used to be a liquor drinker. But now, I might drink a glass of wine or something. I like a white Merlot. A good white Merlot. Yeah, and I was telling my daughter-in-law yesterday, and she gets mad at me when I talk like this, but I try to keep it real even with myself. Um, this is it for me, y'all. I mean, I know that I appear to be still young and all that, but whether the world ends tomorrow or whatever, I ain't, and I'm not saying this because I want any kind of sympathy, but I may not have but 2 years or 3 years. I may have another 20 years. I don't know. There's no expiration date on me. But that's the thing we don't know. I may not even have tomorrow. So I'm gonna try to, for the first time in my life, achieve some form of happiness in my present moment because I've never done that for myself. I'm one of those people that I know a lot of shit and I know a lot of people, but I don't really know me. I don't really, I mean, I know me enough to know what I'm going to do in a certain situation, but I don't really know me. I can't tell you what I really, really like to do. I can tell you what I really like to do out of the stuff I've got to do. But there's a lot that I haven't got to do, and after 3 years, I'm just now getting to where I can look at myself in the mirror and look into my own eyes. That's it. Not going there today. Because that's that heaviness I was talking about, and that's how quick it'll get me. Can't do it. I gotta pump them vibes up today. Like a Richard Simmons vibe workout. Oh shit. I cannot turn this camera off. Can I? Nope. Who's in here? Family, can I get a roll call? Not here. I'll do it like this. Okay, let's see. Natasha, Shandon, Crazy Guy. I thought I was saying Crazy Girl, Jess, Crazy Girl, Jess, and Crazy Girl. Is anybody in here that opposes me smoking on camera? I mean, I want to be respectful, but I need a cigarette. Thank y'all all. Everybody that's in here right now, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. And I'm glad you came, Shandon, and I really appreciate it. And Natasha, and Crazy Girl, and Jess. And I'm trying to see who all else is in here. Dante's Ghost. Yeah, man, I'm gonna try to do, I'm gonna get that camera so that I won't be all that shaky and stuff. It'll be stationary unless I'm walking around. But still, it's like a stable. It's got stuff that my phone don't have, and all that shakiness won't be there. But they had it on sale. It's like a $500 camera, and they got it on Amazon Prime for like $78. But they only got a few of them. They don't have that many. So, but I get paid on the 3rd. So I'm buying me one for my birthday. I went in there and told my son and his wife last night. I said, look, I'm not gonna be able to give you anything extra on top of what I already paid, because I give extra if I got it, because he's lost a couple management jobs because of COVID. COVID's hit hard out here. I've had COVID 3 times. and twice I had the variant. So, well, it really wasn't twice. It was like one long extended time. I got better and thought I was better, and then it hit me again. But to me, it was the same time. According to the test, it was two different times. But because there was, maybe 8, 9 days in between of the knockdown. But I never, even on them days that I felt way better, I knew it wasn't like gone, and it's crept back up on me and knocked me down again. So I think it was one big extended time, not two. But so let's say that I've had one regular COVID and one Omicron COVID, and I don't even leave my property hardly. Now sometimes I'll go to the store and get a Mountain Dew or a pack of cigarettes. It's 30 minutes away. It's like 35 miles away. I mean, I'm in nowhere out here. Well, thank you, Shandon. I celebrate from the weekend before to the weekend after. And my birthday's on a Monday this year, so I get 8, 9 days of celebrating this year. But it might be my last birthday. You only, they say you only live once, live it up. Well, I'm only gonna live in this body once, so I might as well enjoy it at least, while I can remember it. It's been a many years I couldn't even remember it because, of other things. But and I'm not saying I'm going to be completely straight because I'll have my medical and I may get a bottle of wine or a wine cooler. A wine cooler does me in. One wine cooler will do me in. I mean, I'll be drunk off a, like, fuzzy navel or whatever it is, of Seagrams, little old Seagrams. But that's great. That's like a big night for me. Probably cook some shrimp and stuff out on the grill and stuff, and um then come in here and hang out with all y'all and like maybe drink a Seagrams and smoke a blunts or something, maybe a couple gummies. Have a good time. I'm old. I can't do much more. But I mean, we can do some stuff. Y'all be thinking of some stuff, or there's some games we can play besides that dirty game that we play with your brother, crazy girl. Well, I played it over at Sheridan's one time too, but it wasn't the adult version. It was just the regular version of it. Poor old crazy girl and them, crazy girl and Jess and Gabriella Dodge. When I got like new people in chat and I start, well, let me tell you how I am. They've done had to hear that shit so many times. They're probably sick of it. I would be. If I had to hear me cover the same few subjects of, you either like me or you don't 4 or 5 times, I'd be like, look, you're going to get some new subject matter. That's why I'm asking y'all to give me what y'all want. Oh, yeah. I have already got an idea. I am going to start this probably. I've already been doing the like research and trying to put together how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to be doing a tarot whole series. We're going to go on the tarot journey of learning tarot's origins, what it's about, the difference in decks. Like I use a 78 card deck. Um, Now I'm not covering oracle cards and stuff like that. Tarot, just tarot. But there's a lot of different. But there are a couple different decks. Like there's a 52 card deck or a 58 card deck. There's different types of readings. We're going to learn what, like, swords means. Because swords have a meaning, pentacles have a meaning, coins, cups, everything has a meaning. The knights have a certain meaning, the pages have a certain meaning. Um, so we're going to do a everything tarot. And the lives for that until we'll probably never finish the series because you can always learn something. But the big, several weeks of it to learn the big body of it will probably be on the nighttime lives because I want to do some other things with it. Because I'm gonna try to not have the like extremely long daytime sessions. Because me and Crazy Girl and her mama sat there the other night, and I swear it seemed like it had been about 2 hours and it had been six. We had been sitting there, and it was mostly me and her mama. I don't think Crazy Girl really said that much. I mean, she did, but that's the night we got called crack whores. We had a really bad troll come in and called me and Crazy Girl's mama rusty needle using, crack pipe sucking, going bald crack whores or something. I can't remember what all he said, but it was enough that I made me and her a little joke video about it. So me and her are crack whore sisters. We're bonded in crackage. We got trolled together. But she's somebody, who is that? David calls her what's he call her? Waylon Jennings, or Hank, he calls her something, meaning that she's tough. I can't remember what he calls her. Here, I better turn my chat on so I can see what you're saying that he calls her. Am I Irish? Yeah, me too, Natasha. No, I'm not really Irish. I think I got some Celt and some Scottish, like, which is fucking actually British, although I hate to admit it. I don't have a problem with the British or the English. It's just that it was mostly English and British knights that tried to extinguish the dragons and wipe them out and, trophy hunt them and stuff. And I kind of identify as original soul form as like a dragon. I mean, my totem animal or whatever, like I learned early at about 3 years old. That's what I was saying about my grandma 2 hours ago. That my grandma taught me at 3 years old to take control of my dreams if I was having a nightmare, and to turn it into the biggest, baddest dragon that I could, and turn around and blow fire on them and burn them up, and then they couldn't hurt me anymore. And it worked. And I still do it to this day. If I get, a nightmare, a bad nightmare where I'm scared. But I will take control of my dreams. Usually I just wake myself up, but sometimes I just burn them up for the hell of it. A lot of people call that shape shifting, but it's really not, because it's a third eye thing. It's a perception. But I guess you could call it shifting, because you basically bend your spiritual aura into the shape of a dragon and blow fire on them. So I guess it is shape shifting. I guess they're right. Damn, this chat keeps going off. I hate that. Oh, October 10th. Now, that's not quite a... Is that a score, Natasha? Does she make the Scorpio? I can't remember without looking. Now, see, stuff like that, I can't remember those cutoff dates. I know October is a Scorpio month, but I think early October is not Scorpio. Um... Oh, wow. Granny Dubois. Listen to you. Sound like you come from New Orleans, Shandon. Granny Dubois. Or do you say it DuBose? DuBose was a Middleton. See, that sounds very English. Believe it or not. Daddy was proud Irish. Yes, my adopted parents were hardcore Irish. Well, they claimed they were Scotch Irish, but I believe that my ancestry is mostly Scott, like maybe some Wales, like, which is. But I know if I could pick anywhere in the world to go and just sit there and breathe the air till I die, it would be the North Shore in Scotland. It'd be the cliffs. That's where I'd go. Because I go in my astral and lucid dreams and fly there a lot as a dragon. I just fly, get on them currents and just fly. Have y'all ever done that? Have you ever like meditated and sometimes fly through space and the stars and stuff in my mind. It's really cool. That's the kind of stuff I want to do as groups. I want to do some guided meditations and some visualization. I'm not going to teach y'all any kind of magical arts or anything, but I can teach you to visualize with your third eye and see with your third eye and have some really cool experiences within your own head, like at night when you're laying there drifting off going to sleep. It'll make your sleep better, a lot better because you're enjoying it. Go sleep happy, you kind of stay asleep happy. Go sleep with some negative stuff on your mind, you're probably going to have some kind of bad dream or nightmare. That's why the Bible says don't let the sun go down on your wrath. Don't, if you're angry, settle that before the sun goes down because when you sleep on it, it's gonna like be in your psyche. It's gonna mess with your psyche. It there's so much stuff that works. It works with us, it works against us, and all that kind of stuff. And I've spent a lifetime trying to figure it all out, and there's no really figuring it out. Every time I think I know it, I get knocked down. And I realize I don't know shit. But them demon spankings is real. And I fear for people that just blatantly really don't know what they're doing, but yet they're talking smack about I'm gonna kick a demon's ass and stuff. I worry about them. It's not that I'm not saying if they want to be that way, that's fine. Maybe that's their personality, but they're you're gonna come across one that ain't just gonna sit and eat it. You're gonna come across one smart ass demon one day that says, "Let's see, let's play." Because you got to realize that the whole point of hell is to destroy you. It literally is to destroy your life to the point that you take it. They can't take it, so they'll drive you to take it. I know that firsthand. I've been in that mental state because I didn't have control, because I had fear, I had drugs, I didn't want to believe. I tried to. There was several years that I tried to deny that it wasn't even real. All this stuff ain't the other world. All of it ain't even really real. How do we know it's? Are we in a simulation? I even went down the simulation road. Glitching the matrix and all that. Yeah, there's a matrix. It's called the fabric of time. We're not I see. I can't sit here and say we're not a computer program because I don't know that. I personally believe that we're not a computer program. I need to improve my speech delivery like that. I need to not say we're not in a computer program. I need to say my personal belief is we're not in a computer program. I got a bad habit of just like, if I believe it in my head, it's fact, so I just put it out there like that. And I don't mean to be that way. That's just kind of my personality. You can bet though, if I ever got a problem with you, I'm not gonna go running around to a bunch of different people. I'm gonna come to you. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna like bite my tongue if it's something that really needs to be said. I'm not gonna come at you sideways with a bunch of bullshit that don't even matter when the day's done. Because we're all just this little tiny dot in a big, vast, endless universe. We ain't nothing. But together, we're everything. And I'd rather be with ya than against ya. But if it needs to be said, just know that no matter how rough I sound or how I put it, that I'm coming from love. Because if I actually open my mouth and say it, I care about you. If I don't care about you, I ain't gonna say shit. I'm gonna let it roll off my back like water off a duck. And it ain't gonna matter, because that means it doesn't matter enough to take up any more time or space or whatever. I only got limited brain space. I can't keep everything in there. I can't keep, oh, she said this about me. She called me fake, or I just can't, because that's what turns people bitter. That's what causes people to say things they don't really mean. Another really good, what I call my moral law for myself personally, is God spoke us. He spoke everything into existence. The Bible says that you have the power of life and death in your tongue. You can create with it or you can destroy with it. Words, except for Jesus Christ and maybe some generals and high ranking demons, words are the most powerful thing in the universe. Once they're spoken, they cannot be unspoken. You can say, I take it back, but you're still not unspeaking them. So be kind with your words. Even if you got a problem with somebody, think rationally. Don't go in anger, because you're not going to come from a place of love or truth if you go in anger, because you're going to let your flesh, you can't, you can't, I can't even remember how to say it. You can't slay a demon. Like forgiveness. You know, God tells you to be forgiven the way you forgive other people. Forgiveness isn't about forgiving the other person. Forgiveness is about clearing that negativity out of you and off of you. Because when you forgive somebody, it sets you free, because you're not in bondage by bitterness and resentful feelings that you're holding in, because you may, you may appear to forgive them, but really inside you're just holding that grudge secretly. You're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting that other person, because you're holding it all in. They're not even getting affected by it. You see what I'm saying? That's like, I see people get in arguments and they're standing there screaming and just working themselves up, about to have a damn heart attack, and the other person just standing there looking at them. Okay, all that fit pitching, you just hurting yourself. You are not hurting your enemy. You're showing your lack of control to your enemy. You're showing a weakness. I'm very like battle minded. You keep your enemy, your friends close and your enemies closer. You strategize. Life's a strategy. Every day for me is a strategy. Just whether I leave this room or not, I'm fighting a war, a spiritual war for my soul, because they're going 24 hours a day trying to destroy it. I have to be proactive in protecting it, because nobody else is doing it for me except Jesus or my angels. You know what I'm saying. Human wise, nobody else is doing it for me. We're responsible for our own shit, our own souls. We should stay in our own lane. Whatever it is, if we done it, we should admit it. We should take responsibility for our own actions. Blame shifting does not benefit you. It may get the heat off of you or create a diversion or make you feel better, but in the long run, it does not benefit you. If you don't learn the lesson, you just wasted your time going through it, kind of. And that's basically my philosophy on everything. Y'all done heard more about me in one day than I've ever told anybody in 58 years. Well, maybe 2 days. I had another day that I got all in my feelings when there was just a few of us in chat, and I went deep down the hole like I did today. But yeah, that's like with the Summer Wells thing. I'm not true crime. I'm not really an investigator and copy and all that. But I know what's what, and I know what I feel, and I sit back for months and months and months. She got gone in June. I didn't make my first video till December. But I couldn't keep my mouth shut anymore. I had to let it out. If I didn't, because it was hurting me, it was destroying me. It wasn't hurting Candace the way I felt about Candace. Wasn't hurting her. Wasn't accomplishing anything in the case. But it was eating me up inside. So I had to let it out. So I done what I felt like was right. And I said, look, this is how I feel. And I put it out there. I just put it out there. And if y'all watch any of my videos where I talk, not my spirit boxes, but where I talk about Candace or Dawn, that's my opinion. And I did judge, my opinion is they're both guilty. Whether they're guilty of killing Summer or her disappearance or any of that, they're guilty of being bad parents, which I know a lot of people that might have been not the best parent, but they didn't put three kids in the middle of the floor with one can of soup just opened up in the can and one fork. Three boys in Summer. Now, Jody Sue swears that she walked in on that and they was fighting over, bites out of that can of soup. The mattress that they brought out of the downstairs, Summer's mattress, I wouldn't let one of my chickens that shit everywhere sleep on it. That was the most god-awful thing. And they let Don Wells take that down the road or right out there on his property or whatever. I think even Jody Sue's husband helped him, Andy, and burn it and get rid of it. They never took it in evidence. They never took any DNA. There was enough DNA on that mattress, I guarantee you, to convict that whole damn community. That's the kind of stuff that gets under my skin, and sometimes being like really, sometimes I let my own flesh get in the way of my spirit, and I did judge Candace harshly. I said a lot of stuff about her and Dawn both. So I made a video and I said, look, y'all, Candace, Dawn, this is not an apology, but God has corrected me. I realized that I failed you. I failed you because I did not show you love of God. Your child's missing. I should not have been out there telling people you're a pedophile, telling people you're this, telling people you killed your daughter. I shouldn't be doing that. Even if I felt that it wasn't really my place. What stake have I got in any of this? Except for my opinion, and I really care about Summer. I don't know what it is about Summer. I don't. And Michael Vaughn, I feel the same way. And Oakley Carlson. But all these other kids that I see, I'd be happy to work, on it and see what I could find out. If one word was to come through, one word that helped somehow, it would all be worth it. But I don't know. There's certain ones, I don't know if I can identify with them because of some of the essay that I went through and as a child and an adult. I don't know what it is, but I feel like Summer, everybody talks about, oh, this Summer Wells case is way bigger than you think. It really is. There's a spiritual fingerprint on this Summer Wells stuff. I mean, all this chaos and distraction and all, that's the work of the negative. But there's a God finger on this Summer Wells thing. There's lessons that are going to be learned from this case worldwide. People really have had to get in touch with their hearts and their real feelings to be involved in this in any kind of way, no matter whose side you're on. God has, it's almost like she is, and that's why her light is so bright. And she's such, she's going to be on people's minds for years. This is not, they talk about 8 months, 9 months. That's nothing. 15 years from now, somebody's going to be like, what? The Summer Wells law says, it's going to be, she's going to do great things in her demise. And I really feel that. I feel like it does go, she's breaking probably 1,000 years of generational curses on both sides of her family. Dawn's family is full of demons and generational curses. Candace's family is full of demons and generational curses. It's not Candace's fault. It's not Dawn's fault. And as a drug addict and somebody that knows about generational curses and the way witchcraft and demonic spirits work and unclean spirits, I should have looked at those kind of factors. I shouldn't have just said, well, Candace is guilty because she neglected and probably abused her kids and she's a drug addict and this and that and another. How can I say that? Because I was probably a worse drug addict than Candace ever been. I mean, I'm telling y'all, I was a soldier addict for years and years and years and years. The fact that I'm standing here right now, clear-minded, sober, talking to y'all is a miracle. I should have been dead 50 times over. My mouth should have been enough for me not to be alive right now. Because I've had... One time in a poker game, I just had this gut feeling, and before everybody come in, they were outside, like, doing some drugs or something. I don't know what they were doing. The guys... But I was their cook. I cooked their cocaine into freebase while they were playing poker. I was the cook, the poker house cook. And I just had this feeling, and I reached under the table and got the double barrel shotgun. It was a 410, and I unloaded it. I took the 2 shells out of it and put them in my pocket. Before the night was over, it got put to my head, and both triggers got pulled. Had I not unloaded that gun, I'd be dead. And then the guy was like, God damn, you unloaded the gun? I can't believe you done that. I said, motherfucker, you just put it to my head and pulled the trigger. I wouldn't have hurt you, he said. He looked me dead in the eye after he pulled both triggers and said, I wouldn't have hurt you. Okay, I may be a drug addict and I may be a lot of things, but I knew my life was fit. Everything. That painting falling off that wall a while ago, that's not no coincidence. We have tornadoes out here. This trailer has almost turned over in the wind, and nothing's even shook. That painting flew off the wall at me a while ago. And y'all seen it. Y'all was sitting right here with me. Whoever was, Shannon was here. I don't know if you could see it, but I know you probably heard it. So, I mean... it just really, we could talk about it for 10 years and never come to a conclusion because there's just so much. There's so much. And don't underestimate it. And you got to know your enemy. You got to prepare for battle. I'm a big spiritual warfare. I feel like you should, be prepared. Don't go talking to dead people without being grounded and protected. Don't just go in there blind thinking just because you believe in God that you're protected. You are to a certain extent, but you can't go talk smack. Do not disrespect those in charge of the negative, dark, or hellish side. Just like you wouldn't talk that way about God or his angels. You wouldn't talk to God like that. Come on, big boy. I'll show you what's what or whatever. You wouldn't. You see what I'm saying? And you wouldn't believe how many people just act like it's not a thing. They can just say anything that they want to, and it doesn't matter, but it does, because your words are very, very powerful, and they can't be unspoken. And that's something that, you really, really, that's your biggest weapon in the universe, is your words. Because thought becomes word, and word becomes reality. And if you don't really know something, or you have a fear about some area you're going into supernaturally or paranormally, then don't go. If you're not comfortable, or you get a gut feeling like, man, I really shouldn't be doing this, then don't do it. Listen to yourself. Know yourself. That's what meditation will do. It'll get you in there, get you in touch with your higher self. You get in touch with your higher self in your subconsciousness, you're going to be face to face having everyday conversations with your angels, your spirit guides. There's a whole world out there, but there's also... For every good thing, there is a counterfeit. Every good thing that God ever created, the people who run, manage, and inhabit hell have created a counterfeit for it. And trust me, they're constantly in a war meeting. Their entire existence is to either disrupt your existence, steal your existence, or make you end your existence. You're not playing with Labrador puppies. You're playing with crocodiles. And that's the best way I know how to put it. And now I'm not gonna say, keep harping on that, but I just feel like that's what the Spirit wanted me to really get out there today is don't take what you can't see lightly. Or don't think the fact that you've been lucky for X amount of years and nothing has ever possessed you, inhabited you, haunted your house, caused you a car wreck, whatever. Don't ever get thinking, hey, I got this, ain't nothing untouchable, because they ain't nobody that walks this earth that has that status. Nobody. Not spiritually. I'm talking spiritual stuff here. I'm not talking about it in your life. You might be a badass. You might can whoop everybody in the bar's ass. And that's great. But everybody in that bar together probably couldn't whoop that imp's ass that you're pissing off. And the imp's the smallest, lowest ranking. You got many more ranks and levels up above that. So it's not even thinking about you. Your words come across their ears and they're like, I got time today. I got time. So they got nothing but time because they stuck in the real world and in the spirit world on the other side of the curtain or the veil. I just felt like those were warnings I needed to put out there. That's why I went way off the path. I spent hours making that outline. And I had it all down if I would have stayed on track to do it in 2 hours. I could have covered everything on paper. But actually, we covered all that extra plus only missed the videos. The videos are the only thing and the death penalty that we didn't discuss. And we got 5 minutes, so I'll go ahead and do the death penalty right now if y'all want to. What do y'all think about that? Most of y'all, I think, agree with it. If you hurt a child, like if you kill your kids, one of the videos I have for you just happened the other day, yesterday in Jacksonville, Florida. A 14-year-old boy lived with his mama and his mama's boyfriend. He wore the boyfriend's tennis shoes, a pair of his tennis shoes. I'm not saying anything about black people, but black people always got like multiple pairs of tennis shoes. They're like into their tennis shoes. They're very serious about them. They keep them clean. They clean them with toothbrushes. If you ever go to prison, they in there cleaning them off-brand Bob Barker prison white tennis shoes that ain't nothing but a piece of cloth with toothpaste and a toothbrush. They can wear white and never get a spot on it. Black people can. I can't even make it out of the bathroom in a white shirt without having some kind of spot or stain. But if you could kill your child, if you kill your child. But anyway, what happened was he wore a pair of the boyfriend's tennis shoes to school. Well, I guess the boyfriend got really pissed off. He stole his tennis shoes, whatever. Had the mama all fired up. The boy's mama, when he come home, and there was another child at the house too, but he didn't get punished. He was younger. The boyfriend beat him like a grown-ass man with his fist in his face and his chest. His mother made him turn the oven on to the high setting, which is 500 on most ovens. She made him put his hands in there in that hot oven when it got all the way as hot as it could get, while she beat him with a ball bat. Then, when they finished with all that, however much they done of it, they made him go outside and sleep outside. And like the school bus driver or the mailman or somebody saw him that next morning and called the police. They're both in jail right now, charged with torture, aggravated assault, the mom and the boyfriend. The boyfriend said, I punched him in the chest, but I hit him in the face and I didn't burn him. They said, no matter, you're in charge with all of it. And I respect that. Charge them with absolutely everything you can. Let the judge, just like, sometimes in war on the battlefield, we'll say, kill them all. Let God sort them out. Same thing. Charge them with everything. Let the judge sort it out, what they actually get convicted of. Hit them with everything you can when it's something like that. Could you imagine making your own child grab a 500-degree oven while you beat them with a ball bat over a pair of fucking tennis shoes? I'm sorry, but that's the kind of stuff that I can't wrap my head around. You know what I'm saying? How people can just be that evil. But it's not just people. They're being influenced. Think about this, y'all. Just since June, since summer whales went missing, look how many 3 to 5-year-olds have either gone missing, been kidnapped, been killed by their own parents, or sold or whatever. Just think about in the 6, okay, it's been 8 months. In an 8-month span, how many there are. Has it always been that way? Some statisticians would tell you yes, that people have been killing their own kids, throughout time. It just wasn't as mediatized or as talked about. Bullshit. Bullshit. There is ever since the earth has shifted, ever since the new year, and every month there's going to be a different shift because we're going to run through the whole zodiac this year. As far as the earth shifting, our consciousness shifting and going higher. They say that the Atilians, the Lemurians, the reptilians, the aliens are coming. The aliens are coming. Okay, personally, I don't. Okay, anything that's not from this planet is alien. Okay? First of all, if you look up the definition. Second, the angels and stuff like that are going to come down and strike the earth and all this kind of stuff, that's probably who the aliens are. It's probably the angels and the demons. It's already starting. People that have never seen an angel or a demon or thought any supernatural anything in their life are seeing them. They're seeing demons around people. God is taking the scales off his people's eyes. He is calling his warriors back together. And you know what? You might be 100 years old and can't even get out of your chair. But it don't mean you ain't a warrior. Don't mean you ain't a warrior. I'm telling you, if you're unfortunate enough to be alive when the world ends, and you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get eaten alive. And you're not even going to be able to die. You're going to be tortured for 5 months at one point. Just tortured. Nobody on the whole earth's going to be allowed to die. These scorpion-like monsters are going to sting you and torture you and hunt you down. And if you believe in God, they're going to try to kill you. But for that 5 months, you can't even die. You're going to beg God to die. And you can't. That's what the Bible says. If you believe, that revelation to be true, which, a lot of it is metaphor. There might not be every little detail. But yeah, for the most part, I believe it all. Because I know the war's real. It's going on right now all around you. If you could see what was happening in the 3-foot space around your body, you would have a heart attack and fall dead. Just like the king did back in the Bible. If God lifted that veil and the scales off your eyes and you could see everything happening for just your soul, not counting everybody else's on the planet. Look how many people's on the planet. But just your soul, you would fall dead from a heart attack. Most people. Now, you'd have to already be used to it. People that see dead spirits and deal with this kind of stuff, it wouldn't. I wouldn't drop dead because I've already about dropped dead at 2 and 3 and 4 years old when I had to. I'm like, who are all these people and what are they doing and why is this ugly thing in my room and you know, um, I had to learn and I didn't want to learn. I tried to deny it. I tried to shut it down. I tried to drug it out. I tried to drink it away. I tried to suicide it away. I tried it all. I couldn't get rid of it. That's why when people tell me, well, how do you know it's really from God? Maybe it's a demon giving you that knowledge. Demons don't cast demons out, for one. For two, I know it's from God because I can't get rid of it. If it was just a demonic influence or a demonic puppet string, I could sever it. When you absolutely cannot make it go away, you better believe that it's from God because you can't destroy what God creates. And that's like a universal law or something. And energy, like once energy is created, it can't be destroyed. So that's my argument for reincarnation. We're energy beings, and once we're created, we can't be destroyed. If energy, once it's created, can't be destroyed, then duh, we live forever as an energetic spirit being. And of course, some of us, not everybody, but the majority are going to reincarnate. What's the criteria to reincarnate? I don't know. Who's right? Do you have to achieve liberation to get off the karmic wheel so you don't have to come back? I don't know. A lot of spirits choose to come back to help struggling people like me make it through the day. And you never know who's an angel. You never know who you're talking to. They could be angels sitting right here in chat right now and we wouldn't know it. I mean, in physical bodies. We wouldn't know it. But the spirit, the divine, whatever you see as your like power behind you or what you believe in, your personal, whatever you believe in, I'm not telling you what to believe in. I'm not trying to convince anybody to go any certain way. Whatever you believe in is fine because that's your journey. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I'll help you. If you need my help, I'll be happy to help you. I will tell you anything I know, give you anything you need if it's in my power to do it. But you're on your own when it comes, the Bible says work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. Don't worry about the man that can kill your body. Worry about the one that can kill your soul. And there came but one in the whole universe to do that, and I think that's that big ball of energy that's God. I believe God and Jesus are two separate beings. I believe in God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Ghost, but I believe they're three separate things. They're not all the same. Just like Samael, Lucifer, and Beelzebub are not the same fallen angel seen three different evil ways. They're three different entities. That's just my personal belief. I mean, I don't, but that's what I'm saying. I don't want anybody to believe like I believe. And anybody that wants to get up here and talk like I just talked today and tell you personal story, tell how you believe or how you feel, you send me an email, we'll set a date, and the floor is yours. My platform is your platform, family. You got something to say or you want something said, whatever. All you gotta do is let me know. You don't like something that's being said, tell me. Don't mean I'm gonna change it. I mean, I have that, it is my channel. If I want to put it out there, I'm going to. But that's the thing. I'm not gonna worry about who might get offended or who. I can't because I'm not coming with nothing underhanded or shady or trying to make you believe anything or go a certain way. I'm just sharing what I personally have experienced and am now in the present experiencing the changes that my mentality and my emotions and my heart and my spirituality and soul have went through. And all I can speak on right now is this 58 years. Imagine if I could put all my lifetimes together. If I could, I remember two of them. I remember two of my past lives vividly. But there's been more, and I know there are. And that's not me feeling it. People are like, "You're an old soul. You're an old soul." Yeah, and I feel old. I'm 58, and I feel like 585,000 because I feel like I've lived this same bullshit over and over and over and over. It's the same thing, good and evil and light and dark. The war, the war, the war, hurt, pain, agony. I mean, it just, some days it's too much. I'm handling it pretty good, sober. I never knew that actually I could I don't know. I don't want to say embrace it because that's the wrong word, but maybe learn from it or like coexist with it this good, or I would have got clean sooner. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. All right. Time is, we are at 2:16. We can either go till 2:30 or we can call it now. It's up to y'all. I'm game for whatever y'all want to do. Shandon, thank you for staying here and listening to this whole entire beginning to end. I don't know. That was like one long dissertation. I don't even know what the hell to call that. I don't even know how to categorize that. But I do write. The guy was asking, where can you go see my short stories? Like I said, you'll probably have to go to the colleges. Short stories not my big thing. I do have poetry out there everywhere. I got poetry.com. What's that other? It was the Poets Laureate workshop or whatever. It's like a poetry posting community. I wrote a couple articles for like magazines, stuff like that. But I'm a big like dissertation writer. I did my college thesis on. I went to Alligator River in North Carolina, Outer Banks, and spent 18 months reintroducing red wolves, captive breeding them, and reintroducing them into the wild. That's what I did my thesis on because I wanted to be a vet, but of course you have to start getting straight A's in kindergarten. And I started getting high like in sixth grade. So, in my grades. But I was the vet that I worked for. I was his right hand. I was his assistant. This was before vet techs were invented. Vet techs didn't even exist. You was the assistant. I can spay a dog. I can neuter a dog. I can cut one of its limbs off. I can do a gut twist. I can do all that if I had the facilities and the equipment. I don't have the license. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I'm saying I learned on the job. He was a farm vet. We pulled cows, horses, goats. I mean, I've worked on snakes, parrots. You wouldn't believe. I mean, I'm not scared of snakes. Deathly scared of a spider. Deathly. And cockroaches. I cannot stand a cockroach. Somebody told me one time that hell is gonna be like your worst fear. I'm doing everything I can in every existence I got not to go to hell because my worst fear, I don't know if but you can't die if you're tormented forever, so I don't understand how that would work. I would probably, after a couple 100 years, wouldn't be fearing it anymore. I'd surely overcome it at some point, the fear. But spiders crawling on me or something like a cockroach or a stink bug or some kind of bug crawling all over me, I can't take that. I can't take it. I let a snake crawl all over me. I had a ball python named Bin Laden for 13 and a half years. And he would come right up in my face and give me sugar. I've tried to turn my camera around, y'all, but it's buffering. It won't let me. I'm sorry that y'all are having to look out the window at all the junk. But, I'm not scared of snakes. I'm not scared of bears, I'm not scared of coyotes. Matter of fact, just about on any given night, they can be within 100 foot of me out here, and I never even see them because, we're in coyote and wolf country. But I'm an animal person. I like to write poetry. I like to write deep, tragic poetry. I cannot write happy poetry. I just can't. I've sit down and actually took classes and tried to write a happy poem. I cannot write it. I can't. And the more tortured I am in my mind, the better the poem is. And it's crazy. But I don't think I'm actually doing it because when I try to write, I can't. I think I'm channeling. I know that all my published stuff pretty much was channeled. It wasn't my words. And there's sometimes, like, I guess it's the Holy Spirit will tell me to say something. And I'll think, man, I can't say that, like, right here, right now, that. Sometimes it'll fly out my mouth. I cannot stop it. So if I ever just, like, come out, well, y'all see me come out of the blue a lot today, but if I ever just, like, come right out and say, look, God said to say this. A lot of times I'll say spirit and all, but if I feel like the Holy Spirit or God wants me to say it, I'll say, or like I can't not say it, I'll say, hey, God wants me to say this. Just know that I've got good intentions. I'm not trying to, because a lot of times I don't agree with what I'm told to say. Sometimes I don't agree with it, but it's not for me. I'm not the one in charge. And I had to yield to that to have a hard time, like yielding authority. I'm not good with authority and surrender, and I'm not obedient. In my mind, I'm like super, spiritual. Flesh wise, I am not obedient. I'm not obedient. I just can't obey. But I think that's the whole lesson in it. We as humans can't obey. Christ's blood supposedly covers us. And God doesn't see that sin on us. When He looks at us, He sees His Son's sacrifice on that cross. And therefore, we're washed or whatever. But I think that's the whole point, is that we can't do it. So He died so that we could still be redeemed or whatever. I don't know where that come from, but I said Holy Spirit, and He had to make me say something spiritual, didn't? Because that just come out of nowhere. I wasn't even on that thought pattern. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate you listening to me babble for 2 hours and 23 minutes. Y'all really are soldiers, man, to sit through that, I swear. I don't know. If I was in your position, I don't know how I would feel about me, but I just feel like as long as I keep it 100 and keep it truthful and be honest with you, I can't go wrong. And I said when I said I was going to do this channel and try to go down these roads, that I was going to have to be completely honest with my people, because I don't want you sitting there thinking one thing and that not be the case. I want you to go into any kind of whatever we do together as friends, as investigators, as like wherever our paths cross from this point forward, I want it to be in truth and honesty and respect and like openness, and come from a place of love, because I really learned hard lessons right before I got clean about how important it is. You don't have to like somebody. You don't even have to like them. But you should love them, because they're the same as you. Whether they look like you or not, they were created by the Most High. They were put here for a reason. They have a job. Most of us don't know what it is, but there's a purpose. There is a plan in place. Whether you see it, believe it, whatever, there's a plan. It's a good plan. We're not supposed to know every little detail of the plan. Some details we know, some we don't, some we'll never know. I got a whole list of questions for when this life ends and I can get back in front of that throne. And I'm going to leave you with this. I was joining a church one time, on my religious. Don't get caught by the spirit of religion either, because that's a demon too. Believing in Christ and being a Christian is not about religion. That's what Christ taught about the Pharisees. You're not going to clean the outside of the cup and shine it and have it sparkling, and the inside is filthy. That's religion. That's the law. We're not under the law anymore. The Old Testament was under the law that was given to Moses. But when Jesus came, he fulfilled the law. We're not under the law, but the law is our schoolmaster. We're supposed to learn from the law, from the old ways. We're supposed to learn, but we're under grace now. We are not under the law anymore. We're under grace, and thank God. Because shit's fixing to get real here on this planet. Maybe not today or tomorrow. Maybe not even in my lifetime. God, I hope not in my lifetime. I hope I'm already in heaven, even if it's way on the outskirts. Working yard maintenance or whatever. I'd rather be a dormouse in heaven than a prince in hell. And I was going to leave you with, I was going to join this church, and they said, if you die right now, where would you spend eternity? I said, well, I believe in Jesus, and what I believe is I would go to hell. He said, but what if you didn't? I said, if God sent me to hell, I would deserve it. I would deserve it. And that's my truth. That really is my truth for y'all. And that's being real, I deserve hell. But thank God, grace, and Jesus Christ and that cross. And that's the most powerful name. You ever come face to face with a demon and you can't get away? You tell him the mighty name of Jesus Christ commands him to let you pass, and he'll move out of the way. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. There is no other name ever. Even the demons cringe when they hear it. They will bow to it. Everything will bow to that name before it's all over. And now I'm done with the religion. See, I'm going down a whole nother rabbit trail. I love y'all. Yeah, you can love at a distance. And you shouldn't have toxic people in your life. If somebody's not benefiting you, then what? That's like going to a channel you don't enjoy. Why are you wasting your time? Go enjoy a channel. Find something that you enjoy and get something out of it. I'm one of them thrifty shoppers where I'm looking for value. I want quality. I'd rather have quality than quantity. But I want what I do get to have some kind of value. Hey, Natasha, there's my other Natasha. We have two Natashas. And thank goodness one of them has her two names on her chat name, or I couldn't tell them apart. Matter of fact, I had them mixed up last time and was asking one Natasha about the other Natasha's day. I had them mixed up because I didn't see them make the switch on me. How long you been here, Natasha? The one that just... Yeah, both y'all are here. But Natasha, that just come in, how long have... You must just got here, right? Yeah. Oh, girl, you missed it. For 2 hours and 29 minutes, I have been on a philosophical, spiritual, deep dive through the rabbit hole. And you'll have that sometimes. Every now and again, you'll have that. But if you ever get tired just of listening, hell, go do something else, come back. I'll probably still be here talking. I know how I am. I don't need nobody to go out and just anti-human ways. I know them all. So, that's why I say, if anybody ever wants me out there and dox me or whatever, you be wasting your time, because anybody that knows me already knows. Don't spend your money on being verified. I can verify anything you need to know. Just ask me. I mean, as far as concerning me, don't run. You don't got to go spend $35 run a background check on me. If you want to know, I'll tell you. All this docs and this creator drama, this fighting they're doing right now, man. I quit just watching 90% of what I used to watch. I don't watch anymore because I can't sit there but about 10 minutes or so. It tears my nerves up. I just can't do all that drama. I'd rather listen to somebody like me or Crazy Girl or anybody that would go and watch. Even the White Rabbit and that Say Less looking ass or whatever. They're funny, man. Their little videos are really, really funny. But they're educational. There's a lesson in all of them, and they're truthful. And that's what I like. Me, am I okay? Or the other Natasha? I'm okay. Actually, I'm good. Yeah, I'm better now. My whole face was swollen up. I've been sick. We're under about 6.5 inches of solid ice out here. I woke up. I said, "Oh my God, there's a blanket of snow." And my spirit guide on the spirit box, he said, "That ain't snow, that's ice." Well, I went out there to feed, the animals and all, and it was like 6 inches of, like, how when sleet comes down, it's like ice, but it's got like a little bit of white in it, like a little bit of snow. But it wasn't like powder, it was like ice, crunchy. But there was like 6 inches of it, and it had like packed. And my sinus pressure, my whole side of my face, I just finished a Z pack for a sinus infection. I thought I was better. I went about 3 days of being better, and bam, I woke up and I thought my jaw was like, it was like a tooth infection. I called the dentist. I was going to go to the dentist, but they couldn't get me in until next week. And as the day went on, I realized it wasn't my tooth. It's that sinus floor right underneath your eye, your orbital plate or whatever. Years ago, mine was shattered in a car wreck. And every once in a while, it'll get a little sore if I have a sinus infection. But man, that thing was hurting so bad that I felt like my jaw was just throbbing, like I had a really bad toothache. And y'all know how bad it's, because I didn't have to ride to the hospital, which is like an hour and a half away. She saw the ambulance, and I was like, "No, I'm gonna wait on my son to get home, and I'll get him to take me." Because that ambulance is just wasting money. They charge way over $1,000 for nothing. My face being swollen up wouldn't even give me no oxygen or nothing. I'd have just sit on that gurney and got a ride. I'm not paying $1,500 for a ride. I'm not. Whether my insurance pays it or I pay, I'm just not gonna do that. I'm thrifty like that. That's ridiculous. That's just like reckless spending, I think. I would rather sit here and cry. And I mean, I literally was in tears. I was bawling. I was saying, "Jesus, help me. What is going on? Please help me." That's how bad a pain. That's probably the worst, like in the moment, excruciating pain I've had since, I went off the pain medicine and went on to the medical marijuana. And I didn't have any medical marijuana to help calm it down. But my daughter-in-law come in that evening and she brought me some. She went by there and got me some, and I didn't even do a whole one, and it helped. And I got some sleep. And then the next morning, it wasn't all the way gone, but over half of the swelling was just gone. It was gone. It wasn't hurting near that bad. Something just aggravated that day. But when I woke up that morning, when it was a little bit better, that's when we had 6 inches of sleet and ice. And see, the barometric pressure does mess with my head because I have a brain tumor. And it, like, when it's snow and ice, I can't take anyway because of my bone disease. The colder and wetter it is, the more I hurt. So sleet is wet. It wasn't a dry snow. If it'd been a dry, like, snow, that powdery, like kids go out and play in, I wouldn't have hurt near as bad as I did it being sleet. But my spirit straight up corrected me and told me it was ice, not snow. And they were right. I went out there and realized, hey, this is like sleet snow. That's what I call it, sleet snow. Well, that was day before yesterday. So yesterday, it sleeted for like, it done the sleet snow for like 16 straight hours nonstop. It might have like led up to a drizzle, but then it would get heavy. So now there's about 8.5 inches of solid ice out there. I tried to walk out to the building to get a bag of dog food in my boots that are like, I'm talking about Timberland, leather, waterproof, like slip resistant, boots that's made for this shit. I about fell numerous times. And I don't know if it was yesterday or day before yesterday. The first day that I woke up and the ice was out there. When I thought Lucy was under the house killing a chicken, and I went out there and tried to catch her, she put a move on me and I fell. And she just left me there. She ran back under the house for whatever it was she was trying to get away from me for, and left me there in this down in the ice out in the yard on my ass where I done busted my ass. And Bella would have never left me there by myself. She would have helped me get up and everything. Bella was like, she would tell me if I was gonna have a seizure, stuff like that. That's what she done. And so I'm gonna send Mr. Colombian drug lord over there to school to do it too. Bella never had to be trained. She just naturally done it, and we took her and got her certified. But and he may pick right up on it, but I have to have him trained. I have to have a service dog. That's why a lot of people, I've got some emails the last few days too of you're a rescue, you're rescuing animals, you got a dog that you're desperately trying to find a home for, but yet you go out and get a new pit bull bully puppy. Why? Because I have to have a service dog. And a pit bull is what I am comfortable with for protection, for dependability, for they're built tough. They're not little pansy dogs. They're not going to run away and leave me laying in the ice like the border collie did. I do not know how to train that border collie. I've trained her to sit and stay and all that, but she doesn't know what the word no means. And she's good with cats, kids, people. No aggression in her till it comes to a rooster. She don't even chase the hens. It's just the roosters. Because a rooster, stole off on her that time and she killed it. But and then the little mini frizz that my granddaughter raised, I thought it was dead. I tried to catch her. My dog was dying, all that. My daughter-in-law went out there. That rooster was alive, and he is still alive today. He lived. He is a miracle rooster. The rooster's gash was bigger than he was. The teeth marks and gash marks were bigger than him. How this rooster lived, I don't know. I thought he was dead. I never even went and looked at him. I just got the dog and went in and told him that she had killed it, and that I said don't go out there, Vic, because my daughter-in-law and my little grandbaby had hand raised it since it was 1 day old, since it come out the egg. It come in the house. It was a pet. It was a pet. It was not. And I tried to tell them you don't have livestock and chickens for pets, but uh, 6 months ago, I could go out in that yard and jerk one of them chickens up, kill it, bring it in here and cook it. I can't do it now. They are pets. Because most of them have been severely injured, like on the brink of death, or had broken legs, broken toes, no feathers, whatever. And I brought them back from that, nursed them back from that, sit out in that coop all night long, trying to comfort a damn chicken. So maybe that's my purpose, is to help all these chickens and goats. And we have a blue heron right now. We have a blue heron with a broke leg. I have 10 hens and 4 roosters. I got Charlie, who was a big money fighting cock. He's a big old leghorn mix. And he's our mascot. He's Charlie the rescue rooster. So now Fraggle, which is the little mini frizz that lived through Lucy's attack, he has become Fraggle, the mini frizz rescue rooster. They have their own emails. They have the email. But since we got our nonprofit in November and become like a real sanctuary. We don't kill our chickens. I can't kill them. We do get plenty of eggs. We have Easter eggers. We get multicolored eggs. We get brown eggs, white eggs, pink eggs, green eggs, blue eggs. Kind of goldish, kind of a, not really gold, but like a yellowish, off whitish looking eggs. They're called Easter eggers. They were, the same chicken will lay different color egg every day. And we have 4 of those. So we get about 12 eggs a day. We get about a dozen eggs a day out of the 10 hens. But anyway, I really thought about this. I prayed about this. I love Lucy, but my health is bad and she's a very high energy dog. I am not physically capable of meeting her needs or becoming her God. When you have a dog or a pet, any kind of pet, you're their God because they totally depend on you for everything, just like we do our higher power or whatever. And you're not just their mommy or their daddy, you're their God. And I cannot meet the needs that she has. She's a working dog, she's a herding dog, she's a high energy herding dog. I don't know nothing about that. I know about protection dogs, like guard dogs, service dogs. Give me a lab, give me a pit bull, give me a cane corso. I can train it. I can train it not to eat you and to obey you. But this dog, I tell her no, and she looks at me like I'm from another planet. What is that she's saying in her head? She's like, yeah, yeah, still smacking me with her paw. Bella never once in 9.5 years woke me up in the morning urgently, like, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. She never done that. If I laid in that bed for 12 solid hours and didn't move, Bella laid there 12 solid hours. She didn't move. That's what a pit bull does. They just want to cuddle, eat, love you, play. They just want to do whatever you want to do. But they also will snap too when you really, really need them. Bella saved me from being raped twice, and I'm pretty sure she saved me from actually being murdered once. She saved me from being robbed when we were living in a tent, homeless on the streets of Gastonia. I don't know how many times she saved me from that just by being there and hearing somebody outside the tent or something and start growling. And they think about that when they know there's a pit bull up in that little tent. Because a pit bull is a dangerous weapon. The other night when I done that live about the dog, that was tragic. A dog rescue down in Florida. And I said that night in chat, I said it wasn't even a pit, but it ended up being a pit mix. They had had it for 2 weeks. They had rescued it out of the swamps of Florida, literally saved its life. The afternoon before, when they closed, the same woman was loving on it. She had fed it. I'll see you in the morning. They done had that relationship going in the 2 weeks. The dog was making progress. It was gaining weight, all that from being, out there in the swamp. She come in the next morning. They said she turned the light on, opened the cage, let it out, said, hey, baby, how you doing? Went to pet it. It turned on her. It snapped and turned on. Well, they say it snapped, but there's no bad dogs. There's just bad owners. I still don't really. She knew what she was doing when she decided to work with pit bulls. She knew that risk was always there. It's not just a pit bull. A Chihuahua could have done that. It wouldn't have been as damaging. But the other lady that, was opening up with her and come in to work with her, come running in there trying to help her get out of the room, to get the dog off of her, to get her out of the room. And she ended up losing her life. The dog killed her. And the lady who did survive, the one that, was working with the dog and everything, she said that she was the sweetest dog. Had never shown any aggression. Come in, opened the cage, went to pet it, put her in the hospital in ICU, and killed her co-worker at an animal rescue. And that is just, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. For the dog that killed because something drives you to do that, whether you're a dog or a cat or a person. That when you kill like that, when you just out of the blue, no reason whatsoever, totally destroy something by ripping it apart, there's a reason. That's not natural. Dogs don't kill for sport. Animals don't kill for sport. We do. Humans do. Dogs don't kill for just the hell of it. It's either territory or food issues or protecting their pups. Those are the three reasons that an animal will kill you. Protecting their young, over food. They might kill each other over like a dominance issue, but or a territory issue. But they don't just go out and say, "Oh, there's a human. I think I'll kill it." They don't do that. That doesn't happen. So nobody will ever know why, and it's just really really sad. So I was going to talk about that night, and I wanted to talk about pit bulls in particular because most states have tried to pass laws banning them. I do not believe in breed specific legislation, but I will say that pit bulls and cane corsos and dogs that have that PSI jaw pressure that with one bite can snap your arm and pull it slap off your body with one bite, they are deadly weapons. You shouldn't just be allowed to own one. You should have to take a class or get some kind of certification. You should have to know what you're doing with a dog like that. You should have to be. It's like getting a permit for a gun because a dog is more dangerous than a gun. You have control over a gun whether you pull the trigger or not. As much control. My dogs have never like directly. Lucy has. I'm talking about my pits. Out of all the ones I've had, and very first dog I had was a pit mix at 3 years old. I'm talking about I've had pits my whole entire life. If I was a dog, I would be a pit. They have never disobeyed me. If I've called them off, I've had dogs that bit somebody, but it's because they come at me, they put their hands on me, they tried to do something to me. I've never in my life, out of any dog that I've had, whether it be pit or not, had a dog that would just fly across the yard and bite you because they just decided that's what they wanted to do or whatever. They if I tell people say get that dog, I said no, come on, you're all right. I don't know, man. If I tell you you all right, you all right. I don't. Especially Bella, she was the best dog I ever had. Never just went after somebody because they were walking up or walking down the road or whatever. That aggression is taught. That kind of aggression, just attack anything that moves, is taught. That's not a natural form of aggression. Pits are protected, and they have the jaw power and the muscle and the stamina to back it up. They're like the Marines, whereas a boxer might be in the Air Force. You know what I'm saying? The pit is the Marine. So they are capable of killing. If you don't have no kind of weapon on you, and a good sized pit bull gets on you, unless you just a hell of a human, you don't stand a chance. You're either gonna get really, really severely hurt or you're gonna get killed because they have that kind of bite power. So does a cane corso. So does a bull mastiff. There's other dogs out there, but the PSI wise, pressure, measured pressure, jaw pressure, bite pressure is the strongest bite. And they lock like a alligator or a crocodile. They bite down, they sink it in, and then they rip it from side to side and tear it from your bone. That's what a pit does. They're the only dog in the world that does that. They are a deadly weapon. So you should have to have a permit or some kind of class, schooling, something. A responsible pit bull owner would know, like Bella, she wasn't, unnecessarily aggressive, but she could not just run loose. I couldn't come in the house and leave her outside for hours. Not because I didn't trust her, but because she could walk up, she could be walking down the road and somebody, oh, pit bull, and flip out and shoot the hell out of her. Or she could be walking through somebody's field and there'd be some lambs out there and they think, oh God, she's going to kill my lambs, and go out there and just blast her. That's what happens out here. It happens everywhere. But stuff that's really killing the pit's reputation is Detroit, Michigan. The police, there are neighborhoods up there that the police, armed to the teeth, refuse to go into. They're drug dealers, they're gangs, they're taking over. Detroit is like the armpit of America right now. It is like out of control for real. And every crack dealer, every meth dealer, every heroin dealer, even just people like maybe even selling weed, got at least 2, 3, 4, 5. Some of them got 10. They dog fighting. They doing this. They doing that. Pits. I go to the Detroit little news channel here on YouTube. Go over there almost, I would say that 9 out of 12 months, every day of the month, there is someone attacked by a pit bull in the city of Detroit. It's out of control. It's out of hand. Because you put a dog like that in a drug dealer's hand, you might as well give them a 50 cal and a damn tripod. Because, they got all that rivalry with the boy on the next block. Well, I'm going to stick my dog on you. I'll stick my dog on you. I'll stick my pack on you. No, I got a bigger pack. And it just never ends. And that's that, something, that's that bullshit. But that bullshit's getting them people killed. Kids. Grown people, kids, owners. Dogs turning on their owners. I wish one of my dogs would have ever thought about snapping at me. Throughout my entire lifetime, I've never had one of my dogs that I think that thought even crossed their mind. Because when I personally, with this baby in this house, if I was by myself, I would rescue an adult pet. With this 2-year-old child in the house, I would not bring a rescue pet here to the rescue sanctuary with this 2-year-old here. Because it's already an adult and you don't know what's been done to it. That's a time bomb, potential time bomb. Not all of them. Some of them are sweet and would never hurt a fly. Some of them won't even bite their own fleas. Pets are misunderstood. They can't help how they're built. Everybody talks about Ford Tough, built Ford Tough. I call it built pit tough. I told Victoria a long time ago over that border collie Lucy, when she sees the baby coming, she starts growling at her. Now, she's never snapped at her, but the baby come over and try to get on her like she did on Bella. She would ride Bella like a little mini pony. Because Emery's very light. She's not a heavy child. She was premature. It took a full 2 years for her to reach 20 pounds. I mean, we didn't think she was ever going to get there. We threw a party when she weighed in at 20 pounds at the doctor. She's a miracle. She was born way, way premature. Didn't even weigh a whole pound. And she's lucky she's alive. And she's a little princess. And she's not scared of a dog. Matter of fact, she's too not scared of one. I whooped her earlier for putting her face down there in between Pablo and Lucy when they were just, playing. But their teeth, they were kind of growling. They wasn't being aggressive, but those are puppy teeth. You got Pitt in his mouth. He's got the short snack because he's a bully. His is like needles. They will pierce her little tender face. Lucy's are really big, long, like canine. She got them big, like, wolf-looking teeth. Oh, man, if you was here, I would give you eggs every day. I give them away. I have an old Indian man. His wife died, and he used to have chickens, but he's like about 70-something, so he doesn't have them anymore. He comes by about every 3 days, and I give him like 3 dozen. I don't charge anybody for the eggs or anything, man, because, like, if you're in North Carolina and you got a couple chickens in your backyard and you're doing that little urban homesteading, You can take 24 eggs and sell them for about $5. But out here, everybody's got their own hens and their own eggs. You hardly even see dozens of eggs. You have to go to Walmart to see like a actual carton of eggs around here. Because everybody's got, eggs are, that's what you would have to live on. Once the apocalypse happens and Armageddon begins, Oklahomans will have eggs and wild hogs to live on. Wild hogs are such a nuisance that now it's a year round. You can kill one anytime you want to. You just gotta, do the tag on it and let them know you killed it. It's like, oh, you gotta have a hunt license, but yeah. And coyotes, we're overrun with coyotes. And let me tell you something I learned about a skunk I didn't know till I moved to Oklahoma. And I worked in animal control for 10 years. If you got a skunk, period, it doesn't matter which one you're seeing, they're always in a pair, okay? But you're only going to have one pair for every 3.2 miles, a radius. That's their territory, and they want another skunk cross into it, of a male or a female, into another skunk's territory. So if you got a predator skunk, they killed about 15 of our baby chickens that we were selling to raise money for the rescue. So I trapped it and I dispatched it. Like you do a predator. Wildlife guy said, "Don't do that." I said, "Why?" He said, do you realize what you've done?" And I said, "No, it's not that big a deal to kill a skunk, I didn't think." He said about 15 more males is going to come in here for the next 2 to 3 weeks, and they're going to fight over this territory that's now vacant. He said every time you open your door, he said you might not even have to open your door. He said it's going to be like straight spray for about the next three weeks. I did not know that. I did not know that skunks would not cross into each other's territories. And when a territory becomes open, they know it immediately. Like he said, it's like some kind of supernatural. They know it. And here they all come to try to get that territory. Yeah. I remember when we moved from my grandma's farm to like the suburbs. When I was little, I was probably about 7. My mama brought 2 of her hens with her, and she had them in a little tiny cage on the carport with some hay in there. And she'd go out there every morning and get them like 3-4 eggs. And them poor little chickens, they never got to get out of them cages or anything. My daddy finally made her take them back to the farm. But it was crazy. She had 2 of them in cages on the carport so she wouldn't have to buy store eggs. Some people won't eat store eggs. Matter of fact, Crazy Girl's brother yesterday, he was making an omelet on a video. I don't even eat eggs. I don't eat eggs. Because when I was growing up, if you didn't eat every speck of pepper on your plate, you would get your ass whooped with a leather strap. Because, by God, there's kids in Africa that would kill you for what you're throwing away because they're over there starving. That was beat into us for about the first, 18 years of my life. But up until I was big enough to where she just could not strong arm me anymore, my mother would make us sit at that table till we eat every bite on our plate. It didn't matter what it was. They eat monkey brains and scrambled eggs. They eat cow tongue and scrambled eggs. I cannot eat all that. I can't eat gizzards, and I don't eat liver. I don't eat organs and innards and parts. We made sausage. They had hogs. We made sausage and sold it. I mean, it was working for them. My grandpa, thank God, he would not put a part in his sausage. It was straight like good pork. He would not put parts. He did not use parts. I learned that at a very young age. I learned what's in liver mush and all that kind of stuff, and I do not to this day eat it. Liver mush, eggs, turnips and beets are like the top four. She was before named Betty Freezer, and she did a cooking show. Would make the cheesy like scallop potatoes that use in or scallop potatoes or potatoes au gratin or whatever. Well, my mama would do all that, but she would try to do it with turnips. And then we would say, "What's that?" And she would say, "Scallop potatoes. Eat it. Eat it. There's a child in Africa starving. You ungrateful little twit. You better eat it." And I mean, she wasn't mean, but when it come to not eating everybody on that plate, she was the worst person in the world. I literally got whoopings because I absolutely refused. She would try to put it in my mouth. I would spit it out. I would fight her. So I tried everything to eat eggs. Instead of frying them, she would scramble them for me because they was easier for me to swallow. It's the texture of it. Well, it's because I cracked several that had half-formed chickens in them, when I'd be standing there cooking and stuff, and I just, I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do it. I couldn't swallow it anymore. After seeing the chickens fall out of the egg, the little, not even a wholly formed chicken, just might be a leg or a spine in a leg or something, already forming where they didn't get the egg in time. And I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And I couldn't do the turnips anymore. There was one turnip recipe that it caused me to have an aversion. I could not swallow them, anymore. But she would make us put hot sauce, ketchup. I tried ranch, mustard, honey mustard, everything to try to swallow them. And I just couldn't do it. I can't do it. And so the day my mama died, I looked at my daddy. I said, "I'll never eat another egg willingly. Now, if I'm the last person on the earth and all there is to eat is egg, I'll eat it. But, if it comes down to my absolute survival, but that's going to be the only way. I'm not eating turnips. I'm not eating any more beets. The damn clown paintings that's on the wall in my room are coming down. I took them down and gave them away, and now I wish I had them back. I still have a clown phobia. I still hate them. They're still in my mind, vivid. I looked at them for years, late as a little kid. Scary ass things laying in my bed. Their eyes moved and all kind of shit. It was crazy, man. I mean, well, it's because I could see other things, but you don't need clowns looking at you in the dark from a painting, when you're a little kid trying to deal with the fact that you're seeing ghosts and demons. So, she had this great big gold sun that had a mirror in the middle of it. It was cool as hell because our house was like total 70. Everything was orange and green. We had the shag carpet, the green couch, the orange sitting chair to match it, the green and orange ashtrays, you had these like crystal balls with roses in them, the 70s. It was the 70s. Just like on that 70s show, that was our house. Very, very 70s. It's done come back a couple times since the 70s. But I hated that stuff freaked me out so much, and I hated it, and I got rid of all of it like the day that she passed away. I already had people lined up. I told my friend she was like kind of the hippie, kind of what I am now. She was back then, and she just she loved stuff like that. She said, "Please don't ever sell that or throw it away. If you want to get rid of it, please let me have it." And I grew up with her, so I give her all of it. And then one day I hit that nostalgia, I'm into vintage stuff. Vintage, and I'm all this 70s stuff, and I'm going out, and I'm like, and every time I see one of them suns, which I've only ever seen two since I gave that one away, and they weren't as big as hers. But, and then they want this like outrageous price where I couldn't, afford to buy it because it's vintage, but they're selling it at an antique price, And, I kind of regretted getting rid of all that stuff, but man, I had been tormented by them kind of things my whole life, and the only reason that I was continually tormented is because she was not changing the decor. Those clowns were staying. If I didn't like them, keep my eyes closed, don't look at them. That was the kind of grow up, pull your big girl panties up, grow the hell up. It's a damn painting of a clown, and I see her point. I mean, I see your point. She paid a lot of money for them. She wasn't going to change it just because I was freaked out by clowns. And this went on for years, you know. These are the kind of little issues me and my mom had. You know, making me eat food that I couldn't swallow. Making me feel like I was starving kids in Africa if I didn't eat that last little piece of green bean. You know, stuff that nowadays, you know, we wouldn't even think about. We wouldn't even notice. You know, they would eat sardines right out of the can on crackers. You know, they got little anchovies and all that. You know, and expect me to eat it and then get mad at me when I didn't like it. Raw oysters out of can, you know, on a cracker with some hot sauce. Now, I can eat that now. I didn't eat an oyster till I was like 38 years old. But I got drunk on my birthday. My stepsister took me out for my birthday, and we made like the bar rounds. We went 4 or 5 biker bars where we rode our motorcycles and stuff. And everybody in the bar bought me a shot of tequila and a beer to chase it with. I got so drunk that I come to at the car wash in my bra and panties, and she was spraying me down with a damn pressure washer because I threw up from the seafood, like buffet. Yeah, when you're drunk, you can eat. I probably eat 2 dozen oysters and hated oysters, but they were steamed. So now I love steamed oysters, oysters Rockefeller, and I will eat a raw one if somebody says I'll give you $5 if you eat that raw oyster. Okay, I'll take you $5. I can swallow one, but I'm not going to just sit and eat them raw. But I mean, to the point, me and my mom fought over. She would make oyster stew, and they were kind of like steamed because they were cooked in the milk soup. I would put a bunch of crackers in that buttery milk and eat it, but I would not eat the oysters. So it was a constant fight over certain foods and stuff. Certain things my mom was like, see, and I didn't realize until I was grown that my mother, my adopted mother, she suffered really, really bad, but she was a drug addict too. She was a deep, deep pillhead. Because see, when I was 10 years old and they realized, well, they found the bone disease at about 8. And they tried to put me on like this bone disease medicine, but it messed with my liver numbers or whatever. So they put me on Percodan, which is the same thing as Percocet is nowadays. But back then it had aspirin in it instead of Tylenol. At 10 years old, they were writing me 1,000 a month. When I got married at 15, had my first baby. I lost a baby. Had my first baby at 17, my second baby at 19, and at 15, I was put on Valium. So here I was on 1,000 Percodans a month and about 120 Valiums a month, and hadn't even made my 18th birthday yet. And then other drugs besides painkillers, you know, I made the choice to use, but the doctors put me on the path that I went down at a very early age, and I didn't know any better. And they were writing all that for my mother too. My mother was on Xanax, Ativan, Percocet, and these things that they had red and green abbots. They were like a barbiturate. They were kind of like a jelly filled pill, and it was kind of like a Dilaudid is nowadays. My mother was on some heavy duty medication. I was adopted. They say that people with gifts come through a bloodline. My grandmother had gifts, my mother had gifts, but my mother, you know, peeled hers away. That's where I got trying to kill my gifts from because I watched my mother spend my lifetime trying to kill hers. You know, I would hear her like in the bathroom saying, "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real, it's not real." You know, she's a grown woman, my mother. Plus, you know, I took the Santa Claus thing really, really seriously. I felt like if your mother and your father tell you something and you know this is a healthy like family unit, there's a trust there. You know, there's a big trust there. If my daddy told me something, I believed it. He told me they run moonshine because he was from a NASCAR family, and they run a lot of moonshine. Well, they had these big tanks out in the country, and they had snapping turtles in them. They were like water tanks, like you would sell fish bait out of. Well, the whole bottom of them was full of sealed jars of moonshine. and there were snapping turtles in those tanks. That's how they kept people from stealing from them. And so from the time we could walk, and still up till the day he died, he swore. He'd tell me, you stick your arm in there, they're going to clamp down, they ain't going to let go till it thunders. I mean, he had us scared to death. But when I worked at animal control, the catch pole that you would catch dogs with, it's made out of solid steel. You can run over it with a truck, you can do all kind of stuff, and you can't bend it. Somebody called me. I was off duty. I was just like on call, and they called me and told me they had a great big turtle in their backyard in their dog lot, and they couldn't get it out. So I had to go out there and get it. I got out there. I literally over the police radio, and they told me not to do it no more, but they laughed at me. Police rode by, got out of their cars, come and laughed at me, and then left. I said, this ain't no turtle. This is dinosaur. It was that big. It was a snapping turtle, alligator snapping turtle. The guy from the museum, it ended up at the museum, and they said it was over 100 years old. It had come up out of the ground into that, it was getting spring into the dog lot. Well, I tried. I didn't know how to move it. I couldn't pick it up. It was snapping at me like some prehistoric, armored, like, I don't know, hump. It was weird. It was snapping at me, and his jaws was snapping, and it was making, I was scared, and I was like, man, what am I going to do? How am I going to get, and I tried to lure it out, with like some food and stuff. No, it's not like a cat or nothing. It's not going to follow me. And, so I didn't know what to do, so I told him, I called in, I said, look, I'm going to need some backup. This ain't no turtle. It's a dinosaur. I don't know what to do. So my supervisor calls me on my phone and says, well, put the catch pole around its neck and you can kind of lead it out. It'll walk slow, but it'll go with you. But I'm sending you some backup, but it's going to be a few minutes. I went to put that catch pole around that turtle's neck, and it turned around and snapped on it and broke it. Broke it in half. Solid freaking steel that I had run over 1,000 times with my truck and stuff that you couldn't even bend, and it snapped it in half with one snap. So just snap it onto your arm and holding on till it thunders is the least of your worries if one that big snaps you. They could break the top part of a big man's leg, just clean cut with one snap. Alligator snapper turtle ain't nothing to mess with. Now, little ones ain't all that. I jerk a little one right up, but this was not no little one. This was the biggest. I want to say it would look prehistoric. I mean, it didn't even look like a regular snapping turtle, but that I knew it was because of the way its beak and mouth was formed, but even the shell looked different. It had the big rounded shell instead of the kind of flat cooter shell. It was weird. That's why we took it to the museum. Nobody was really sure what it was, but it was so old and had lived so long that we just didn't recognize it. But I'll never forget that. I've never messed with another one. Never, ever, ever messed with another one. Lots of people eat them. My daddy, my mom, and my grandma and them, they used to eat them. They eat all kind of weird. They eat stuff that I wouldn't feed to my dogs. They used to literally, back in the 60s and 70s, they'd spend a lot of money to eat monkeys' brains and scrambled eggs with ketchup on them in the morning. Or cow brains. That's how people started getting mad cow disease and stuff. People eating cow brains and cow tongue and stuff. I think that was in the 80s or the early 90s when mad cow hit. Some things you ain't supposed to just eat, They eat raccoons. I've seen them eat possum. Just call me spoiled. Living in America, I'm not eating no possum. I used to coon hunt, but I never shot them. I just wanted to hear my dogs run and sing. Well, they weren't my dogs; they was my uncle's dogs. But he had coon dogs, and I loved it. I used to love to hear them dogs run. But I didn't shoot the coon. There wasn't no reason to. I wasn't going to eat it, and I didn't need a hat that bad. I could go to the little up towards the mountains, a little ways, at one of them roadside stands that make stuff like that and sells it, and buy me one. I didn't have to go kill a gun. Really, Pablo? See, he took advantage of that. I'm over here talking to y'all, and he done chewed up the ink pen. It's everywhere. So, told you missed a lot of stuff. This coming Tuesday at 12:30. No, at 11:30 my time. So that will be what, 5:30 your time. Like a live. I want to do like a meditation, like a group deep breathing, relaxing meditation to raise our vibration, because the state of the world, the war's going on. Today, I really been struggling with the negative energy that's the world. It's really heavy today, and there's a lot of death today. A lot of people have died today. A lot of people have died right there on that border today. This is day 2. So for 2 days I've been feeling all this, and I'm nowhere even near Russia or the Ukraine. But I mean, it's heavy. It's that's part of that collective universal consciousness energy, like meter or whatever. It's really affecting me, and it's not just that, but it's just the whole state of the world. You know what I mean? You've talked about it several times, but I called it a negative today. That, how they give the little it's either yellow or red, for the smog or pollution. Well, I give the negative energy a negative for today, for the world. So I just, something, my little Jiminy Cricket in my head said, we need to have a group prayer and meditation where we all come together and like manifest a higher vibration and some good energy. Mom's was breakfast. She had these big. Yeah, we had big breakfasts like biscuits and stuff, but we had weird meat. Yeah, I know I'm not a breakfast eater, but that really is the most important meal of the day. And older people like our mothers and grandmothers, they would not leave the house without breakfast. Of course, they got up at 4 o'clock in the morning and went and worked in the field till after 8 o'clock at night. Never complained about a thing. Wore long sleeves in the summertime. I don't know when it changed, but I am from a total different generation than all that. Shannon, you're a 70s child. Wow, I thought you was old as... Well, I mean, I'm not saying you were old, but I thought you were kind of like my age. I'm a 60s. I got you on a decade, I guess. I learned about rock and roll and pot smoking and drugs in the 70s in my tween years. I went to see Black Sabbath in the 70s, on acid. Needless to say I wouldn't, without the Osborne. Needless to say I would never do that again. I never went to another demonic, satanic concert. My past husband, the one that just died last year, he was a big Ozzy fan. I mean, Ozzy got some good songs, but Black Sabbath was a ritual happening on a musical stage. But yeah, I come up with like Aerosmith and good bands. Them good 70s and been through the stuff I've been through. I only realized that Eddie Mercury was gay about 15 years ago. I mean, it was Queen. I didn't even... Okay, it was Queen. I never made that connection until I was grown and old. For real. I loved Freddie Mercury. I loved Queen. I listened to We Will Rock You every morning of the seventh grade before I went out and got on that bus. It was like my pump up motivation for the day. I loved Freddie Mercury. And I was telling somebody the other night, Tiny Tim, I grew up on Tiny Tim and Tiptoe Through the Tulips and the Sonny and Cher show and Lawrence Welk every Saturday night at 7 o'clock. You know, that was a big band show. Carol Burnett, stuff like that. The Real All in the Family. Archie Bunker. I love me some Archie Bunker. But stuff like that just shows you that we're products of our environment. Just like those dogs are taught to be mean, we're taught to be racist or biased or hillbilly or Yankee or whatever. You know, I was over 40 years old before I ever went north of the Mason Dixon line. I refused to go across it until I was 40 something years old. Well, that's a lie because when I went to Maryland for ALT, they forced me to go. But I never willingly crossed it until I was 40. I never said, okay, let's go here if it was north of the Mason Dixon line. South. Deep south and just head more south if you wanted to go somewhere. Never went north. I'm not happy with them taking down our Confederate statues and all that stuff. Because, you know, everybody thinks Civil War was about slavery. It was not. It was about land. It was not about slavery. And it would break the bone in half and me up. Oh, you're 64? Well, how are you a 70s child, Shandon? I'm confused. You had 70s kids, or I could have swore you said I'm a 70s child. Okay. Back in a little while, lovely. I have to check something out. Cool, Natasha. I'm sorry I missed you leaving, but I'll talk to you later. Where did I say that? Oh yeah, that is you. I'm a 70s child. It says that confused me. And then you said my oldest son was born in 76. Yeah, I've stayed deep south. I've tried to. I mean, I was forced, you know, to go to Maryland, and I actually went to Boston to Cape Cod one time to go turkey hunting, but that's been only about 10 years ago. I was over 40 at that time. That was why I went north of the Mason-Dixon line. I went turkey hunting in Boston one time, that time, at Cape Cod. In a blizzard, and couldn't get on the plane to come back, had to ride a train. And had never rode one, and it cost me $6 for a cup of coffee. And so when, you know, I'm like, well, I only had like $10 after I, you know, bought the train ticket out of my pocket because we couldn't fly. I mean, they didn't give us our money right then on our plane tickets. You know, it had to go back on our credit card or whatever. It took a while. But, and then it only went to Richmond, Virginia. It didn't go all the way to North Carolina because the tracks too much ice. You know, it was like a East Coast blizzard. And, so I bought this cup of coffee, and it was just like a medium-sized cup of coffee. It was like $6 and something. I was tripping. I was like, that is ridiculous. I will never do that again, you know. How can they charge $6 for a cup of coffee? Well, a little while later, the lady sat beside me. She said, you want another cup of coffee? I'm going in, you know, to that car. Do you want me to bring you back a cup of coffee? And I said, no, not at $6 and something a cup. I don't. I said, I'll just, you know, wait it out till I get where I'm going and make a pot. And she said, no, honey, where's your cup? I said, what do you mean, where's my cup? I threw it away. She said, oh, no. She said, you keep your cup. She said, that's why it's $6. It's for the whole trip. You drink as much as you want. I have never felt more stupid in my life. And I wasn't about to go try to dig it back out the trash can on a packed train, you know what I'm saying? And I said, well, I threw it away, you know. I said, I didn't know. I said, I only got a couple more states. I only got about 8 more hours. I'll be all right. And, I mean, I didn't say it that way, but, you know, that basically was what was happening. And she come back with me a cup of coffee. She bought me a cup of coffee. She said, now don't throw that cup away. And I said, I won't. I drank coffee all the way home. But I know now, I didn't know that. I would have never thought. Who would have thought that you supposed to save your cup and go all the way back to get all the coffee you wanted, and that's why it was $6 for that first cup. That never crossed my mind. I just was blown away by a $6 cup of coffee. I've never been to Starbucks. I've been to Dunkin', but only for donuts. I've never bought a cup of coffee at Dunkin'. Now I've bought their coffee at the store, you know, the Dunkin' brand coffee and Starbucks coffee, but I've never been to an actual Starbucks. I can't pay $13 and something for a cup of coffee. Would you? Would you pay $13 for a cup of coffee though? I mean, first of all, I don't have $13 to be paying for a cup of coffee, but it just seems ridiculous to me. Yeah, but even with one of them like thermal cups, I think you have to buy the first cup, you know, to get coffee. And then you could probably pour it into your cup and refill it all you wanted, but I was just tripping on that. You know, I flew a lot, but I had never rode the train. It was an experience. Whoever that is that just come in, welcome, and thank you for hanging. I don't know how we're going backwards. A while ago we were at like 2.5 hours. Now we're at 2 hours and 10 minutes. What time is it? It's almost 5. Let's see, it's almost 4 o'clock, so 3.5 hours. We've been in here. I appreciate it, y'all. It don't bother me. It seems like it's only been about an hour. Oh, so you from Roll Tide. I knew there was a reason that I liked you. I'm not from Bama, but I'm Roll Tide all day long, all year long. And I like the Florida Gators too, but I mean, I'm Roll Tide. That's something that I really enjoy doing is going down there and going to a football game. I think I got like kind of a college one tips the scales one way or the other in just about every state, like Georgia Bulldogs. You know, different southern states, they all got multiple teams. I just like college football, so I kind of got a favorite in every southern state. I gotta come out here. I'm an hour and 10 minutes from OSU, from the Sooners, Oklahoma State. And I'm like, that's not the right college. And she's like, yes, it is. You know, you've been pulling for the Sooners for years. I said, the Sooners? I said, I ain't pulling for the Sooners. I'm like, Roll Tide and the Sooners, And, but man, I'm living right here at the Sooner College. And all that time, all these, let's see, I got here 3 years ago, so 55 years. When they said Oklahoma Sooners, I thought they meant hunting dogs. I did not understand the Sooner, the Oklahoma Sooner. I know now, I'm Oklahoma educated. Now. Trust me, the first time I said something like that out here, they chewed me up. And believe it or not, most of the state is reservation land, and the Chickasaw tribes here, Cherokee, but the Chickasaw Nation is here, and the Choctaw Nation, right? They got big casinos, they got their own like police departments, all that stuff. Tribal. The both nations chief sits in Durant, which is like an hour and 15 minutes from me, and so I'm trying to be all politically correct and say Native American. The Indians. Some of them says Indians. Indians, we Indians. They actually get offended if you try to be correct and call them Native Americans. Because the Indians are Indians. Is what they'll tell you. The actual real Indians here will. Come on. Come on. Come on, Lucy, come inside with your little sneaky self. Come on. There's Lucy Lou. Y'all see her? Oh, there it is. There's Pablo trying to go out in that little bit of ice. See how bow-legged he is? That's crazy. I'm sorry, I had to come through here and let him out. But I think we got a lot accomplished today, ladies. What y'all think? I covered a lot of ground. I feel like I covered the whole Southwest or the whole southern like crust of the country in mileage. I covered a lot of topics now that I'm thinking back about what I said. And I didn't mean to just come off and blast everybody with it, but that's kind of how I am. If I have to get it out or it'll never, ever, ever get said. Like, I forgot more than I actually got said today, I'm sure. Because I got sidetracked. But that's me. But I'm still kind of tripping on that painting flying off the wall because that's not even the haunted painting. That's one of the baby's painting. This right here. This is the painting with the spirit attachment. It's all sketched. It's very old. It's a real frame. I'm going to try to redo the frame. You gotta overlook my room because we just brought a bunch of stuff in and I've got to organize the closet and all kinds of stuff. I didn't get it done. But, I'm trying to show him to you. Something's not right. Oh, the camera's turned around. See, I'm not I can't even hardly work a phone, much less like a whole studio kind of thing. Big Bama fans, huh? It was here or watching cooking shows. Thanks. Nah, I'm kidding. Yeah, well, you give a man a fish, he'll eat for that day. But if you teach him how to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. So, yeah, I just enjoy the company. I'm not a very social person, but I do want to like have a really. I don't care if I'm a big channel. I don't want to be a money channel. None of that. I just want to be a good channel where people can be themselves and you ain't gotta worry about nobody else or what anybody thinks or what what group you gotta be in that day or whatever. Which side of the drama fence are you on? I don't know. I said it many a times that there's been nights it's been just like me, Crazy Girl, and her mama, and Crazy Girl's mama, and that's it. And we still go like 6 hours. Because we get to talking, it seems like it's been like 2 hours. But now I talk more at everybody today than I ever have. I've usually people come up on the panel, it gets all chaotic. I never even get the first point across. So I said today I was going to come in here. I sit down, wrote out that outline. I said I was going to come in here and say what I had to say. And I guess I did pretty much for the most part with a lot of sidetracking involved. But the sidetracking, I felt like I needed to say that too. I don't know how to explain it. You said with the baby thing, so you know where I'm coming from on that. Sometimes you have to say, if you don't say it, they won't leave you alone. They just will not leave you alone. There's no peace if you don't say what they want you to say. Yeah, I feel like we do. I had a good time today. And I feel like we covered a lot. But see, like Crazy Girl, it was Crazy Girl's idea to do the tarot card thing, and I think that's an excellent idea. And I really been like trying to kind of put it together how I was going to do it and what sources I was going to use. But I didn't want to just jump into okay, let's start at the Fool. I want to kind of explain what tarot is and how the journey works and how they've been doing it for thousands of years. I'd like to maybe later on, not right now, do something on the I Ching, because that's a very accurate communication guidance tool. The tarot, a lot of people is like, oh, it's fortune telling. You can't tell me my future. It's not about telling you your future. It's about you're on this path and it's like some helpful hints or guidance from the spirits that are already guiding you. You know, yeah, I hate the drama too. I don't like the drama at all. And that's why I was telling everybody today, I know I sound rough and I come off as rough and I might even, my daughter-in-law says sometimes I sound hostile, but I don't mean to. They had to move my voice box to do my neck surgery. And that's just my, I don't know, personality, I guess, is that's just how I am. I'm country and it is what it is. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like I would be shorting us all if I just started with, okay, here's a deck of tarot cards. We can start with this first card. I think we need to understand what the whole point of even having a tarot deck is to begin with. It's your spiritual, emotional, and physical journey. Each card represents you at a different stage in your life growth and development. But as far as what you get out of them, it's not about fortune telling. It's not, well, I hit the lottery on Saturday. That's not it at all. I don't even do stuff like that. It's about, okay, I'm in this situation. And you'll be surprised at how accurate cards are. And all you do have to have a good connection because I have to be able to interpretate. Listen to me, I can't even talk now. Interpret what that card is actually saying because the description may not say it all. There may be more, and that's where I feel like spirits tell me, okay, well, I need to add this. And when I read, I don't like to know a lot of stuff ahead of time. I don't need to know your questions out loud and all that because the card does it. I don't do it. It's not even me. I'm just putting what the spirits is saying through the card into a form that you can understand. I'm a wordsmith. But yeah, now a lot of people use angel cards. Angel cards are good. Do you got the 78 card angel card set? Do you have the swords and all that, or do you just got like it's all different angels? I mean, it still has suits and stuff, right? Just like a regular. I've never worked with angel cards. I really haven't. Straight up tarot, I can read. There is the angel tarot that has like King of Swords, but it's an angel King of Swords. You know what I'm saying? I tend to stick with the Celtic, Druidic. There is a deck out there that I seen 1111 tarot use. Oh, see, those are oracle cards. Yeah, I don't do oracle cards. I've never done them. I imagine I could, because you can learn any deck of cards. I mean, that's what you do. You get one down, and then they learn all different kinds. But that's kind of what I call that the New Age tarot reading. I'm more like the old school. Old school reading. I like to use like dragon cards or element cards, or there's like an alchemy set that I really like. But see, I also believe all these people, that find deck after deck after deck, they got their links down there and all that, and it's all great and fine, and I'm not judging anybody, but I'm from the school of you don't fight it. I went almost 11 years after my house burned down because I refused to go back home. And I don't really see that kind of as a pride thing. I just feel like that is the way I was taught, and that is something I really wanted to stick with, like traditional. That's what I'm saying. I can't read from 5 different decks at the same time, bored or not. That isn't. I don't. I don't know how to do it. I mean, that's not what I do. I can take a deck of tarot cards and do a reading, any kind of reading. But I can't take 5 different decks for the same reading. Because I don't believe in crossing energies and stuff. I like to clear one energy before I move to another energy in any kind of reading. Did you buy them? I mean, people do nowadays. That one woman said, "What are you talking about? I've never heard that." She said, "I've been reading for 40 something years and I've never heard that." Maybe it's a witch thing. My grandmother and my adopted grandmother and them, they were from a long, long line of witches. So maybe it's a witch thing. I don't know. That's another word I don't like. I don't like witch. Call me a sorceress before you call me a witch. I just don't like the word witch. I don't like the word psychic. I don't really, because I said it today. I said if I had to be technical, I'd be a psychic medium. But I ain't a psychic medium. I don't want to call myself a psychic medium. Hey, Gabby, I call myself a crazy Jiminy Cricket voice hearing philosopher. Let's call me that. Let's call me a mystic. A spiritual mystic. And check this for a label. A God believing Christian spiritual esoteric mystic believer. Your cards don't like you. See, that's another thing. Sometimes in a personal one-on-one reading, if you're here in person, I want your energy on them for that reading. It makes the reading stronger and more clear. You cut them and stuff, but you never ever touch somebody else's shit like that. That would be like me walking into your house, going into your purse, getting your lipstick out and using it. You don't do that. You just don't. If somebody come in here and just went to pick up my pendulum or something like that, I'd be like, no, please don't. Even my own daughter-in-law knows better than to come in here. If my pendulum's laying on something and she's going to clean it, she'll come get me and say, please come and get your stuff. She won't even touch it. Because she knows how I am. It's like, I believe in prayer. I believe in casting out demons. I believe in people laying their hands on you. I believe that God can heal you if He so chooses. But I don't just let anybody lay their hands on me and pray. I'm very, very picky about that. Because you don't know what's inside everybody unless you really, really can see. And it's not really, if I really, really sit down, concentrated, tried, or whatever, I could see. But a lot of times I don't even look. Because I try to be as normal as I can because I'm so, like, scrambled. A lot of things I just don't want to know. I got too much, I already got too much going on in my head. I don't really want to know, especially if it's not none of my business. Some people will say, well, did you pick this up or did you pick that up? No, because I didn't look in that area of your life because that's none of my business. I don't just sit in here and read people that are in the chat. Sometimes, like, I have went into Crazy Girls and there'd be spirits there and they will not leave me alone until I say what they want me to say. Like the things I have blurted out in her chats have been because they just wouldn't leave me the hell alone. I don't go in there looking to read anybody. But see, Crazy Girl and Mr. P both, anytime I step into their chats, there are multiple spirits and entities like immediately on me because it's like even if they don't know who I am, they know that I can see and hear them. I don't know how they know, but I try to fool them and they know. They'll say, "I know you can see me," and I hear it that plain in my head, and that's like all that going on in my head, plus all the other bullshit, regular stuff that's mine going on in my head, plus all the world shit that creeps into my head. Sometimes I wonder why I even have a head. I know how Doberman feels trying to put a big brain into a tiny skull. That's kind of how I feel, but it's not all brain. It's like dead people. The other day I got kind of smart ass on my spirit box. I put a star in, and I put dead people. I went back and changed it though, because I felt like I might offend one of my spirits. Now you tell me that ain't some shit. My daughter-in-law told me, she said, Mama, she said, you get crazier and crazier every day. She said, you are actually friends with dead people. She said, you talk to them like they're real. I said, they are real. She said, yeah, but I mean like they're sitting right here. I said, they are sitting right here. She said, but are they really? I said, yeah, I'm not back here talking to myself. She's like, I've heard you talk to yourself a million times. I said, no, you ain't. You heard me talking to whatever was in this room with me. It appears to be me talking to myself. There's just no escaping it. If I went into like a totally clean, energy free place, there would be some kind of mouse in the wall that had a grandpa that passed away that would be trying to connect. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I couldn't kill it. I tried in many various ways to get rid of all the shit, get it out of my head, and live a semi normal life. And for me, it became impossible. I couldn't kill it. I couldn't successfully kill myself. I couldn't kill my belief in God. I couldn't disprove Him. I couldn't not fight the darker forces because once they got so far up, I mean, I couldn't breathe, because I'm being like walked on like I'm the floor, and you know what I'm saying? It didn't matter what or how I tried to do it or whatever, I cannot make it stop. So I figured, what the hell? Let's embrace it. So probably about 10 years ago, before I even went my heaviest into the drug addiction, I started embracing it. And then I made a lot of mistakes because I tried to go real fast. I mean, it was there, so I tried to just go from trying to kill it to let's just go. Let's go 100%, whatever. Oh, why are you looking at me like that, chica? And then I would stand there for a minute and be trying to like read her, and then I'd end up reading like her whole ancestry or whatever. So it got to a point where I wasn't using it correctly. And then I'm like, well, this is not working either. What am I going to do? And a couple years ago, I started watching YouTube videos. Now, this is a story for you. Started watching YouTube videos. And I like YouTube music. I listen to a lot of Black Crows and Leonard Skinner, stuff like that. So I'm trying to get this video of the black crows she talks to angels. I'm trying to get it to play. I'm on YouTube Music, not YouTube videos, right? Oh, and my phone does this all the time. It'll just switch. It'll switch videos or it'll switch screens. It'll, go to my drive when I'm nowhere near the drive button. And, all of a sudden it switched off of the black crows onto this little scrawny boy with glasses. And he's preaching hellfire and brimstone. Well, I don't need nobody from the pulpit to condemn me, and that's what usually hellfire and brimstone preachers do, preaching condemnation. Come out of there feeling so guilty that you're like, fuck it, I'm going to hell. I'll never have a chance of going to heaven. I'm wrong, I'm dirty, I'll never get clean. You know what I'm saying? They just make you late, and you can't condemn somebody in. That's not the preacher's job. The Holy Spirit convicts you when it's real and you feel guilty on your own without anybody having to point it out. Then that's when you're making progress. You're not making progress sitting under somebody that points their finger, condemns you, makes you feel all this negative stuff about yourself, and makes you doubt your own mindset. You know what I'm saying? Condemnation from the pulpit does not work. That's why I don't go to a regular church. But I was fundamental Baptist. I'm very charismatic. I do not speak in tongues. I have not been gifted the prayer language. There's a lot of people out there that fake that, but there's a lot of real people that actually do speak in Holy Spirit given tongues. And if you do, that's fine. I just personally have not been given that gift yet. When I go and get all my demons casted out of me and get delivered and filled completely with the Holy Spirit, maybe I'll speak in tongues. But I don't know if that's ever going to happen, because I even had this guy tell me, this deliverance minister, you got 58 years of demons. They were probably demons on you before you were even born, because, the number one way that a demon enters a contract with you or is allowed by God to affect you and influence you, the number one way is unwanted pregnancy. You are born with that demon before you have it before you even become a speck in that womb. It's just like your guardian angel. It's already with you. That's what's going to lead you down your negative path. Just like guardian angel leads you down your positive path. Now, see, preachers would probably string me up in the middle of the square for telling y'all this, because this is heresy to most preachers. But that demon is with you before you're even born, just like a guardian angel. That's your demon that's going to influence your life, that's going to set you on that path that's already destined for you to go down. I'm not talking about being possessed and climbing the walls and stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about unclean spirits. It's biblical. It's in the Bible. Jesus didn't say meet in a building and pass the collection plate around. Jesus never once asked for a tithe. He said that if the law says that you should give a tenth, then you should give more than that. That was part of that Beatitudes. If somebody smacks you on the cheek, give them the other cheek. That if a man comes and steals something from you, you're supposed to go ask him if he needs anything else that you got. Can I help you with anything else that you felt you needed? Do I have anything else that you need? Because I'm going to give it to you. You're not supposed to, the Bible says if a kid asks you for food, are you going to give him a serpent? If he asks you for a fish, you going to give him a serpent? So, there's a lot of spiritual law in play. It's called spiritual warfare. I'm not a charismatic. I'm not a big Pentecostal. But I kind of believe that way because I do believe in deliverance. I believe that demons can be in Christian people. I believe they're in pastors. I believe they're in churches. There are territories, just like on a Sims game, there's these little blocks. Every little block has a principality, Paul said. We fight not against flesh and blood, but we fight against principalities, dominions, thrones, spirits of the air. There's spirits that are just in the air, rule the air. This whole world is ruled by demonic forces. God is not, Jesus ain't walking this earth. If he is, it's inside of us. Jesus is not down here trying to regulate. No, that's going to happen with the rapture. This is Lucifer's world. Lucifer runs earth. And that's what I was talking about. It's getting bad and it's getting worse every day. Darkness. There's Disney films where the darkness just comes over the land, you know. That's what's happening. That's what we're in right now, and it's leading us to the apocalypse, which just means the renting of the veil. It means that veil between worlds is going to be torn and cast down. Scales coming off our eyes. We're going to be able to see what's on the other side with these physical eyes. 3.5 years of peace is going to happen. And 7 years, 3.5 years of peace. First, when the peace treaty signed in Israel, that's it. It's a wrap. Well, not just Israel, but right there in the Middle East. It's all about this whole entire end of the world, creation of all this stuff, and good versus evil is about a 12-mile strip of sand called the Gaza Strip. It's a holy war that's been going on since the beginning of time. Really has nothing to do with us, but we're all involved in it because you're either you're positive or you're negative. You're on God's side or Satan's side. And Satan is not a person. Let me just teach you. This is honest God fact. Go look it up. I stand by this 100%. Satan, there is no demon or prince or devil or somebody running hell named Satan. The word Satan is not even Satan. It's Satan. It comes from the Kabbalah. It comes from Islam. It's called the Satan, and it means the opposer or the oppressor or your opponent. Something that goes against you. So when they are saying Satan, they could either be talking about, because for some reason the world interchanges Behemoth, Samael, and Lucifer. Those three are referred to as Satan. But if there is, and any demon is a Satan, because any demon, even the little imps or the little cockroaches that the imps step on, if it come out of hell, it's opposing you. So that's a Satan. It's not Satan. It's Satan. I even hear deliverance ministers that I highly, highly respect. They will not say the word Lucifer. They say Satan every time. Because it is said that if you say a demon's name or a prince of hell's name or a king of, one of the thrones or the dominions or the principalities, if you say their name out loud, you're conjuring them. That's not necessarily true. That is not true. Every time I say Lucifer, he does not jump and come running to throw a fiery dart at me. He's already got a bunch of demons doing that, but you get what I'm saying. He's not going to appear in front of me because I say the word Lucifer or Samael or Azrael or Ammonon or, Leviathan, whatever. But it's still not good to go around calling their names. But I'm just saying you can speak their name. But there is no such entity, one single entity named or Satan. There's no one demon king that is Satan. There is the Satan, the opposer or whatever. If you want to go all the way up to the king of that, then that is Lucifer. All of hell is under Lucifer. Samael is next. Samael is next in command. Lucifer was one of 3 archangels. There was really originally only 3 archangels. These other angels that they have been assigned archangels by people like Sylvia Brown and all this New Age movement, That is not correct. That is not correct. In my opinion, let me speak like I said I was going to earlier. In my opinion, in my studies of actual text and script, that is not the case. They were three archangels. Lucifer is the head of God's army, and Lucifer was the bright and morning star, the worship praise song leader, because they sing 24 hours a day, holy, 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 around the throne of God. And that was Lucifer's job, to spread all that light and worship and praise and all that. He was the glory of heaven. And everybody says, oh, Satan fell because of pride. No, pride is a byproduct of vanity. Satan became vain. I am so beautiful that I'm more beautiful than God. The creation thought that he was higher or more. I don't even know what the word for it is, but the creation thought he was equal with the creator. And if you say that God's word is that, if you believe that God's word is absolute in the universe, that he's the absolute top of the pyramid authority, then the creation will never rise above the creator. God will not allow that. So he struck him down. Follow my train of thought here. One of three archangels, he took a third of the angels of heaven with him. Fallen angels, which now are called demons. I still call them fallen angels, because there are certain demons that weren't here on the very first day of time. But there were fallen angels that were. I was casting out a demon one time. And I said, how long you been there? How long you been on earth or whatever? And he said, I was there when they crucified your Cristo. And I said, you lie, you dirty demon, you lie. You wasn't here when Christ was hanging on the cross. He said, yes, I was. And it's like the Holy Spirit corrected me instantly. I heard it in my head, like, not a, like when God speaks to me in my head, I heard, yes, he was. He was here way before that. He's been here that long. Demons are ancient. The high-ranking demons are ancient. All these new, like, mutant type demons, they're like imps and nymphs and marine spirits and stuff like that. They're all like byproducts of some really weird goings on between the demon community and Lilith. And vampires are real. No, they're not flying around sucking people's blood. But I call them shadow walkers. I don't call them vampires. I call them shadow walkers. They'll attach to you and drain every bit of energy out of you. They will suck you dry. They're called energy vampires. But, Samael's the consort of Lilith. That was her play toy. That was her friend with benefit. Lilith. Lilith is the mother of demons. When she bred with... See, they don't even... Actual created demons and angels don't even... They couldn't reproduce. That's why you got incubus and succubus. They would send it in there. You would be with your husband. That demon would literally... That's why God said never spill your seed on the ground. In the Bible, it tells a man never... don't masturbate and spill your seed. Don't waste it, because demons will steal it and impregnate something as their own, and it becomes defiled or corrupt and demonic. And that's where imps and foot soldiers and all that come from. But every little square has got a prince. Then they got dominion on top of that. Then they got a throne above that. There's layers to everything. Everything's a hierarchy. The entire universe is hierarchical. But God the Father, in my opinion, is the very tip top, and he is pure energy. And he wanted to understand man better, so he sent his son Jesus, who was pure energy, co-creator with God the Father, but he took on flesh so he could come down here and have the human experience. And that's basically what we're doing. We are spiritual beings having a human fleshly experience. But then, God said, "Well, I see these so many angels down there, and they were under the command of a high-ranking one, and they're going to be the watchers, and they're going to make sure man stays on track." Well, they knew all the secrets of the universe. They started teaching man to make weapons. They started teaching man to kill animals. They started teaching them alchemy, magic, healing, remedies, secrets that God never intended for us to have. And that's, they say that it was Samael that took on the coat of a serpent and, the form of a serpent and tricked Eve into eating the fruit, who in turn tricked Adam into eating the fruit. And then when God said, "Adam, what have you done?" Because Adam and Eve hid themselves because they were naked. But how did they know they were naked? There was no such thing as shame. Everything was positive. Free will hadn't come into play yet. And God said, "Adam, what have you done?" God knew what Adam had done. He wanted to hear, Adam needed to confess what he had done. But instead of saying, "Oh, I ate of that tree, you told me not to," he said, the woman you gave me caused me to eat of that tree." And that's how the fall of man happened. Now we're all born in sin. We're going to hell when we're born because we're sinners. If we don't somehow get that sin out of God's sight, that's what salvation and redeeming is all about. We're already going to hell when we're born because we're born in sin. It's not that we just get born and go bad and end up in hell. We're already there. The trick is to take that blackness and turn it into pure white light, or pure, they talk about being pure as the driven snow and all that. When Jesus' blood covers you, when you accept that fact that he paid your debt off, your sin debt, all of mankind's sin debt, then when God looks at you, he doesn't see your sin. He sees Jesus' blood. Therefore, you're not condemned. You're redeemed. It's like you're in God's hand, you're in Jesus' hand, and Jesus is in God's hand. And the Bible says that nothing, nowhere, demon, human, imaginary thing can take that out of God's hand, can take you out once he redeems you. But I do believe you can be, I don't believe it'll be for little petty ass sin that you can be taken out of the book of life. But I believe there are going to be reasons that people are taught. He taught, "Do unto others as you would do unto them." Go around and set people free. That's what he did. If you read the New Testament, that's what he did. He teach in school. He went around, said it like it was, put out some universal truths, and anybody that was sick or afflicted or had a demon or whatever, he healed them. And it got to be so many, and the demons would call him out. They would say, "Jesus, thou art the Son of God." And he'd say, "Be quiet." Because it wasn't his time yet. Everybody, the whole world wasn't supposed to know that yet. Until the time. And like when he met the man from the tombs that was thrashing around and chained, and people say, "Oh, that was epilepsy, he was having seizures." Yeah, it was legion. That's the ones that he put on. They said, "Please," and this is true still to this day. They said, "Please, please don't send us back to the pit with Lucifer." Most 78 out of every 100 demons never have ever seen Lucifer face to face, or in, what I'm saying? You got to be high ranking to be in front of that throne. He has a throne too. But they're like, please, please don't send us back there. Because we failed. He sent us to destroy this man, and now you're casting us out. We come across the Son of God. He's going to cast us out, and we will be ripped apart and tormented and tormented and tormented. Please don't make us go back to the abyss. And Jesus said, okay, then you can go in them pigs. They didn't want to go so bad that they ran the pigs off the cliff and killed them to keep from going back to hell. If you ever are involved in deliverance where people are getting demons casted out of them spiritually, the demons will beg you, literally, do not send us to the pit. Just let us go. But if you're responsible, you won't just let them go because they'll just go get in somebody else. I always send them back to the pit. I did, however, the other week, and I'll probably pay for this in eternity, make a compromise. Something was messing with my granddaughter, and I knew it was demonic. I knew it was in his house. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. I could smell it. And so I just put my feet down. I grounded myself. I got my head right, and I said, look, you're going to leave. You're going to get off my granddaughter. You're going to leave her alone. Because Jesus Christ commands it. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I command you right now to leave. You can leave on your own, or I will put you out. And when I put you out, I will send you to the pit. Immediately. Gone. Gone. Never seen it. Never discussed anything with it. But knew it was there, and it was gone just as soon as I said it. In the mighty name of Jesus, he commands it. His power, his sword, and his authority commands it. He's the word. You got to go. You can either go on your own, or I will put you in the pit. Well, they left. So I did kind of what Jesus did when he let them go into the pigs. I compromised. I did not send them to the pit. Because they hadn't even wreaked any havoc yet. I was on that preemptive. I smelled them. They're a very distinctive physical smell when you have something unclean or demonic anywhere around you. I've heard other people say that. You can smell it, and it smells like rotten flesh and food and stuff. Just like rot, like moldy rot. But I can smell it. Because I'm looking for it all the time because I know it's there. Anyway, a lot of people don't even know it's there until they like smell it or feel it or whatever. But I just assume they're always there. They have demons that just come and watch you and record like your patterns and stuff like that so they can form a strategy against you. This is not lie. I know y'all are wondering where I get all this crazy shit, but I've studied it for years and years and years. Until I went to prison in 2007, I had never even read a fiction book. Everything had either been philosophy, world religion, demonology, or some kind of like scripture like the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Sayings or Zoroastrianism, all that. I spent my life like that is the kind of stuff that fascinates. I guess that's what I was called to do. And I've been doing it silently, but it's almost... And when I even started my channel, I was still being silent. But I swear every day I'm being pushed more and more to say more and more. Me personally would have never told y'all as much as I have told y'all about my inner self, my soul or whatever. But it's like I'm being driven to do it. And I feel like I'm bad enough and probably am going to hell. And like I said, if I do, I deserve it, But if he tells me to say something, I have to say it. And if I don't say it, I'm going to be tormented in my own mind. And then I'm going to be punished by God for not doing what he told me to do. Like when he told me I was wrong for the way that I judged Candace. Because he told me to say one thing. But that ain't what I said on the video. It got replaced with my personal, this is how I feel. Instead of, because I didn't feel like it fit at that moment. I didn't think the timing was right. But that ain't up to me. If he told me to say it, then I need to say it when he tells me to say it. I need to put it out there like he told me to say it. So then when he corrected me and I had to go back and say it, I almost had to apologize. I skated on that one. He didn't really say nothing to me about that. Because I said, look, y'all, I'm sorry I failed you. I failed you. I failed God. I failed myself. Failed you, Don, and Candace. I said, but this is not an apology. Even if you're not guilty of Summer's death or her disappearance, you're guilty, in my opinion. But here's what God said to you to do. And you know what it was? There's a video. Y'all can go watch it. God told me to tell Don, look, he didn't even want to address Candace. Don's the one with the heart. Don's the only one feeling any kind of real remorse or pain or loss. Don is the softer one heart-wise. And he told me to go tell Don to leave the SDA church. He actually told me which church to tell him to go to, but I didn't put that in the video, but all he's got to do is contact me and I'll tell him. And it's not even a church. It's a deliverance minister that can... He told me to tell Don to go get them demons cast out of him and then to sit down with a clear mind and think about, his next move. That God would tell him what to do after that. A house can't stand divided. The Holy Spirit cannot inhabit your entire being if you're full of negativity, darkness, and demonic powers. They're not going to coexist inside your body. Yeah, God could kick them right on out, but a lot of times we give them legal right to be there. If you work spells on people, that's witchcraft. They're going to send witchcraft spirits against you. And what they do is they come and they suck you in. You think they're helping you. Your spells are working. You're getting massive, major results. You're getting like the best. Everything is just working for you. But there's a price for that. And when they're through using you, they will trample you down like a dog and try to destroy you. And most people end up in a mental hospital. That's a lot of what schizophrenia is. I don't believe that every schizophrenic is actually schizophrenic. If you tell me you see demons is chasing you, I believe you. I'm not going to tell you to take all this medicine and be a zombie and numb it all out and hope that they don't catch you, because that's just making you a sitting duck. I'm going to believe you. I'm not going to lock you up because you say the angels are real. Do you know that I got a schizophrenic diagnosis because I made the statement in therapy one day that I believed if you believe, God said if you got enough faith, you can say to that mountain, move, and it'll move. If you really honestly got that much faith, if you believe that deeply, you can move that mountain. Ain't nobody moved the mountain yet because nobody's got that deep conviction and faith like that, okay? But when somebody says to me, do you believe that if people lay hands on you, that God through them, not them doing it, but God can heal you? Well, yeah, I've seen it done. I can move energy around. That's what Reiki is. That's what flow is. That's what chi is. There's all kinds of practices out there to move that energy around. That you keep that energy flowing and doing good, then you're gonna feel better. So yes, I believe people can lay their hands on you. Not everybody, but I believe some people with the right kind of faith and God coming through them can heal you from anything. I've seen people be stage 4 and fixing to go to the operating table and going on chemo and everything else. And that be on a Thursday, and when they go back in there on Monday to go to the surgery, and they take that one last little PET scan or CAT scan, it's gone. It's gone. It's not even there. There's not even a knot, much less a tumor. I've seen it. Time after time after time. In this lifetime. So, if you tell me that demons are chasing you, or you're seeing this, or you're seeing that, then who am I to tell you ain't? But he said, so you really believe that? He said, do you believe angels are real? I said, yeah. He said, demons? I said, yeah. He said, schizophrenic. I said, what? Schizophrenic? He said, yes, ma'am, you're schizophrenic if you believe that angels are real, demons are real, and that you can lay hands on somebody and heal them. I said, that's not what I said, Dr. Ron. I said that I could lay my hands on somebody and God could use me and come through me and heal them if he so chose to. He wrote my papers up. He did change it from straight up schizophrenic to schizoaffective with bipolar disorder because I have grandiose delusions about myself. The fact that I think that God could use me to zap somebody or heal somebody or, move some energy around or whatever means that I'm delusional with grandiose delusions. I think I'm more important than I am. That's what I'm diagnosed with. And prolonged post-traumatic stress disorder, agoraphobia, bipolar, and depressive disorder. Depression. Chronic depressive disorder. All because I believe in angels, demons, and the power of God to heal. So imagine what a real, true somebody who is tormented so bad that they're reaching out and they want this doctor to help them and make this torment stop. And that doctor look at you and tell you, well, you're schizophrenic, you're crazy. I said, what exactly does that mean? He said, it means you're crazy. He said, you're certifiable, you got papers, crazy papers. Made a joke out of it. And sent me to Broughton, sent me to a lockdown facility for 30 days. And girl, I got in there and cried. I told God, I said, God, I'm not crazy. I'm a drug addict. I said, these people are crazy. I'm not. I was like the most sanest person in there. But I really learned a lot while I was there because people come up and was like talking about all this spiritual stuff that they're experiencing and nobody believes them. And it just dawned on me like, story of your life. That's why, this is a big, just me talking about it at all with anybody outside of the people I live with and my grandchildren is a major, major step for me. I never thought that I would talk about it like this and be open about anything that had to do with the other side of the veil. And the thing is, I don't mean to be arrogant, but you have to be confident in this kind of work, no matter which area of it you're in, whether it's cards, pendulum, whatever. You have to be confident. If you go in there doubting yourself and stuff, they'll eat you for lunch. Because they're always standing there waiting on you to screw up so they can make you pay for it. And if I do screw up or whatever, I'm like, sorry, y'all, you can't torment me today. I made a mistake. Ain't you made one? God said that I'm allowed to make mistakes. They don't like that. They don't like that. But, they can't do anything to you that God doesn't allow them to do. And I know that sounds really harsh because you think, did God allow them to drive me crazy or drive my relative to commit suicide? Did God allow that? Yes, he did. But he didn't commit suicide because the demon caused it. God allowed that. That was his predestined, or not predestined, but that's your destiny or your fate. And all that can be changed. But the bottom line signature is up to God. Nobody. That's why they say Jesus has the keys to death and hell. It don't just say Jesus got the keys to hell or Jesus got the keys to death. He's got the keys to death and hell. He's the final say. And when you go from being in a physical body to being a spiritual entity. Yeah, well, that's what she means when she says God fought for her. Now, I can't speak for God, but without him telling me to. But I feel like she meant because Jesus is our advocate. He pleads our case before God. In Job, the devil goes to and fro throughout the earth, seeking whom he may devour. But he come before God and Jesus, he come with the demons to accuse the humans that day. And God said, where you been? And he said, going to and fro, seeking whom I may devour. And he said, have you considered your servant Job? And God said, yeah, Job's a righteous man. Job's my homie. He's got me. And Satan said, really? He said, take your hand off of him and let me torment him. Let me kill his kids. Let me strike him with bulls. Let me do all these horrible, horrible things to him, and he will cuss you, and then you'll let him die. In other words, he challenged God over Job. He said, Job will crack if I put some pressure on him. God said, okay, go ahead. I'm going to take my hand off of him. And God does take his hands off of us sometimes. He said, but you can do anything in the world to him, but you cannot take his life. You cannot take any of my children's lives. Jesus made that very clear to Satan. Jesus and God is an interchangeable term. Father, top of the pinnacle. Jesus right there beside him. They co-created everything. Jesus is the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Let us create man in our image. God never said, I'm going to go create a man in my image. Let us create man in our image. So, a lot of people believe that Lucifer was Jesus' brother. Jesus is on the right hand of God. They believe Lucifer was on the left hand. I wouldn't necessarily call them brothers, but that's pretty much correct. Positives on one side, negatives on the other. They come together, they make the all-consuming fire, which is God the Father. But he was first, and he split off into two. That's just my theory on that. A lot of people say that, and we have been fed a lie by the church and religion throughout all these thousands of years. Everything that we've been taught is not correct. It pretty much is, but it's not all of it. They're working against each other, and sometimes the lines get so blurred that you're not sure who's who. Positive is coming in a mask pretending to be negative. Negative is like in a camo suit pretending to be positive. It says even the very elect of God, people like Job and Enoch who walked off with God. Enoch never died. The angels took him in the ship, if you read your Old Testament. In the spaceship, they took him to heaven. And he became Metatron. What did Metatron do? Come back down here, throw Joseph Smith some golden scrolls, told him, write this in a book. It's scripture. When he finished, he took the golden scrolls back to heaven and left. And everybody said, oh, well, you can't even prove that this is real because you don't have the actual scrolls that you dug up out of the ground. I don't have a problem with Mormonism. A lot of people call them a cult. But they're some of the most Bible-following, pure-hearted, take care of the widows, feed the hungry, house the homeless people. They don't just talk it, they walk it. And they use the King James Bible. But they supplement it with the Book of Mormon, which was transcribed by Joseph Smith from the plates that Metatron the angel gave him. There's one verse in the Bible that says, any new scripture that comes along, if it's in opposition to the scripture should interpret scripture and confirm itself. If it's in opposition, don't follow it. If it lines up with what I've already told you, then it's for me. I think it lines up. They're saying, an angel brought it, Jesus didn't bring it, so therefore it's not true. And Metatron, a man that become an angel. See, that's the only instance of that ever happening in the Bible. Because, it's not like Summer died and went up there and got some wings and become an angel. She is an angel in our eyes, but a literal angel she's not because she was created human. She might have wings. God might have gave her wings and all that, but those little cherubs that everybody paints, like Michelangelo, them little fat babies, little naked babies with the wings, that's not even a real thing. Cherubs are horrific. They will scare you. They are monstrous looking. Like that's the The ones that God sends out to like collect the money off the guy who don't want to pay, sends them out to break their legs or whatever. You know, if it was like a mafia story, they're like what do you call them, goombas, or like they're the hired heavy hand. Hey Natasha, you back? Thank you. Yeah, Summer. I'm still a little confused on the last one. Have both of y'all seen the last one where she said it wasn't an accident? Not sure how I feel about that yet. Because it's totally different than what she's been telling us the whole entire time. I am not saying anything against Michael. Matter of fact, we just talked about this yesterday, me and him. We can ask the exact same questions. We get the exact same answers. I get it on my necrophonic. He gets it on his, bigger box. But we got two different opinions of what it means. Personally, I think it was some type of an accident. I think Candace was selling her, pimping her out, selling her for sex. I think something happened. Maybe they had gotten some money. They didn't deliver. But somehow I heard out of Summer's own mouth that it was an accident. But ultimately, I feel like Candace is responsible. I feel like Candace flipped out, didn't know what to do when she died, or she thought she was dead. She may not have been completely dead yet. I don't even know. This is the most confusing. See, I'm usually not confused like this, but I cannot decide on a one because I got too many spirits telling me too many different things. I've got, I've talked to Summer myself, but I'm a little more skeptical when it comes to that spirit box than Michael is. I trust more of what I hear in my own heart and mind and experience in my spirit consciousness than I do what comes out of that necrophonic. I use apps, I use rods, cards, all that for y'all. That's so y'all can see it, hear what spirit is saying. I'm not ever asking you to just take my word for it and to trust what I'm just telling you. I let them speak for themselves. When I flip that card, that's not me. I don't choose what card to flip. The divine is flipping that card, and that card's going to say what it wants you to hear. I don't know what that is beforehand. People I've read for, you can ask Natasha. I don't want to know anything. Don't give me all these details before I read for you. The less I know, the better, because I want you to feel like you really, if you really connect, you're going to know it, because I'm not going to be manipulating it. I feel like a lot of these spirit box people manipulate what they put, maybe not manipulate the spirits, but they manipulate what you hear those spirits say, because it's easy to make a video where you say, if you notice, they turn their app on and off in between. They'll turn it off, ask the question, then hit the button and let them come off with 4 or 5 words, and then it cut back off. Don't do that. A lot of times my big mouth is talking over the spirits or whatever, because I don't cut mine on and off. I let you hear everything that's said. I get so tired of typing it, at, up, get out, leave, sit. But I do it because I want you to have all the information available. If I only let you hear the answers I want you to hear, then yes, I can get clear, direct answers to every question I ask if I'm editing my videos like that. I'm not saying that anybody we probably listen to does that, but I know people that I know that both of y'all are familiar with that does it. And I don't believe in that. That's why my spirit boxes are different than anybody's you will hear out there. No, I don't think Candace killed her. Candace was involved in disposing of her. Candace's biggest guilt was the fact she was selling her to men, letting men have sex with her for either dope or money. I think money, because if Candace was a smart drug addict, When somebody pays you in dope, it don't hardly cost them nothing. It costs them 3 times as much to pay you in cash money. Because the more dope you buy, the cheaper you get it. $20 or $200, $250 worth of cocaine or meth or even heroin is not that much when you've already bought a whole ounce for like $500. You see what I'm saying? It's cheaper to pay you in dope. So Candace, I believe, and I believe Don was in on it too, they were selling her out for some kind of trade or money or dope. They were pimping her out, basically. Pimping her out. And I don't think that's really all that much involved in her death. I think the death was an accident. I think Candace just was high or off getting high or was at the swimming hole. I do not believe she dry drowned. If it was at the swimming hole, it was hypothermia. It wasn't dry drowning. Because of the lethargy and all that. I mean, if you know the way your body works, then it was not dry drowning, in my opinion. In my opinion, it wasn't. She was already being drugged. Candace and them were drugging her before she would leave with these men or sleep with these men, so that it wouldn't be as traumatic. They thought that was cutting down on the trauma. If we drug her, if we give her a pain pill, it won't hurt her as bad. It's not about physical pain. What that's doing to that little girl's soul. And that's why I do not believe what Sylvia Brown started. I believe there's a record, the Akashic records are there. Of all your lifetimes and all your decisions and all that. That's there. There's a record keeper. Ezekiel was the record keeper in heaven, and so is Enoch. Enoch was the record keeper of the watchers and the angels. But there's record keepers for demons. There's record keepers in heaven of good deeds, bad deeds, all that. Everything's recorded. Everything is recorded. Every thought, decision, misstep, perfect step, whatever you have is recorded somewhere. That's that book, the book of life. That's that book you can either be in or be out of. You know what I'm saying? It's a balance thing. It's a balance. Did you do more good than you done bad? Then you got a good chance of going to heaven. It's a gamble on where you're going to end up eternally, because there's a lot of pious Christians sitting in them pews every Sunday, give a lot of money. And Jesus is going to look at them and say, you know what? They're going to say, did I not cast out demons in your name? Did I not go around and feed the poor in your name? Yeah, but I never knew you. You didn't have a personal relationship with me. It's not about your deeds. It's not about works. I believe that works is involved, but I don't believe your destination is based. I believe you got to have a balance. Because positive, if what I said is true, and every single thing in the universe from the very first little God spark on has to be balanced between positive and negative, dark and light. One can't exist without the other. Then me smoking pot or me doing heroin or whatever is not what put me in hell. What come out of my heart, the fact that I didn't pray or I didn't say, I didn't believe. The fact that I didn't believe is what, denying him is what puts you in hell. Denying that Jesus is the Son of God and that he is the ultimate authority, that he's the head God, that's what gets you punished. Not your little sins you do on earth. Pedophilia, as much as I hate it and think that they should be punished more than anybody on this planet, by itself is not enough to put you in hell. Raping a child does not automatically put you in hell. If you ask God for forgiveness, you repent, which means you change your mind about what you've done, you have remorse, you're sorry for it, and you never, ever, ever do it again, you're forgiven. Just like the person who had a bad thought and asked God to forgive them. Somebody that never went out and sinned at all. Sin is sin. It's all equal. Pedophilia is equal with stealing a stick of gum. Wrong's wrong. It's a negative. Negative's negative. There's different degrees. It's a 80 milligram dose of negative versus a half milligram dose. You see what I'm saying? And at the end, you either gonna be more positive or you gonna be more negative, because you got to remember you're made out of your energy, your spirit, your soul, all that. That's energy that God created out of His energy. You sprang forth out of Him, that God spark. You are part of Him. That's true, but we're not gods ourselves, and that's what's gonna hurt, man. These people that think, okay, God's in me, I'm in Him, He's in everything, so no, we're part of God. He does not come and make us to be equal. Nobody's equal with Him. Nobody. Not even, I don't even think Jesus is the most equal anybody's ever going to be with Father God. Because it was one that split into two that ended up splitting into three. God is the ball of fire, the energy behind Jesus. Jesus is everything that is good, that is light, that is pure, etc. Okay? But you got to have that negative, or Jesus would burn everything in His path up, just like God was doing. If you go back and read stuff that's way, way back, the Bhagavad Gita's, the Indian text, the Hindu. If you go way, way back to the very first breath of time, God was like there, and He was like all this creative, pure energy that could not be corrupted, and He like sprang, not like a big bang, but He like shot all these sparks out, and that's where everything like come from. And it started, with the foundations of the universe, and it built, He created of Himself everything. But Jesus was a part of Him that come out from Him that was not like created and molded like angels, demons, all that was His creation, like His little project that He created. Him and Jesus together created everything in the universe. So it's not, Jesus is not equal with Satan. He's above Satan because he's actual half of the original source, which is Father God. Those two halves created everything else. So Satan was created by them, by Father and Jesus. Satan was not there. He did not split off right out of God like Jesus did. On that side, if you're looking at three in a row and God's in the middle, on that side, that's where the Holy Spirit come from. After Jesus come down here, took on flesh, walked the earth, got killed, He said, I'm not going to just leave you here spinning around in the dark. I'm going to send the Comforter. I'm going to send the Holy Spirit down here to lead you and guide you and empower you. It's the Holy Spirit that allows you to heal and cast out demons. If you don't have the Holy Spirit, you're not going to do any kind of biblical spiritual gift, because that comes from the Holy Spirit. They are really three in one, but they're three separate entities that come from one. Well, then after that, he created like 4 seraphim. There's only 4 seraphim recorded anywhere in any kind of scripture or Bible or even fiction. There's 4 seraphim around the throne day and night. They got 6 wings, 2 cover their face, 2 cover their body, and 2 cover their feet, and they sing holy, holy, holy 24 hours a day to God. They pray and worship God 24 hours a day. Samael was supposedly a seraphim. Lucifer was an archangel. People make them the same entity, same person. They're not. Samael was thrown down because the watchers and all them ended up tricking the daughters of men into sleeping with them and took them for wives and created the Nephilim. But Samael started feeling some kind of way because he got mad because God treated the humans like pets or something. He give them forgiveness. He let them get by with stuff that the angels couldn't get by with. The angels didn't have free will. They were created for a task or a job. And Lucifer broke that rank with the vanity. When God threw him down, he convinced the third of the angels of heaven that he was over as one of the three archangels. He convinced them to come with him and, serve him instead of serving the living God. But Samael is said, and I personally believe, now that you can read one person and they'll say it's Lucifer. You can read another, they'll say it's Samael. But I believe Samael is who took the form of the snake and tricked Eve into eating so that he could make mankind fall, because he was jealous of God's relationship with humans, because he felt like he felt some kind of way because God just loved these humans and like gave us forgiveness and all kind of stuff. And he didn't like that. Jealousy is why he was cast out. And so once he was cast out and put with the watchers, he caused that rebellion. Look at that woman, she's looking pretty good. We don't have sex organs, we can't procreate, but you know what, we can steal his seed, put our uncleanness on it, put it in that woman. There's divine feminine and divine masculine in everything. That's the same thing as light and dark, positive and negative. That's why when you read the tarot, and this is important, just because you pull a King of Swords doesn't mean that's a man. Masculine, it's a more dominant masculine energy for whoever that person is, or whoever's energy you're reading there. But it doesn't mean that they're necessarily a man. That could be a woman. Like kings and queens are interchangeable. Emperor and empress is interchangeable. High priest and high priestess are interchangeable as far as masculine and feminine go. So just because you pull a male, there's a king on that card, doesn't mean that is necessarily a male in somebody's life. That could be a female that's like me, kind of got a more masculine energy. I think that I have a more masculine energy than I do a feminine energy, because I really don't know how to be a woman, and it's been really hard for me. And I still, after all these years of learning, don't sit around and do my fingernails. I don't wear makeup. I don't do a lot of really girly stuff, because my energy is predominantly more masculine. And that's just the balance. That would be dark. For as much light as I spout out of my mouth, I spend a lot of my time in the darker sections. People say to me, use that necrophonic, it's evil. Only evil comes out of that necrophonic. Your same spirits are on whichever app you use. If you got a good connection with your spirits and spirit guides, if you listen to my boxes, I say, my spirits, because there's spirits there. Are my spirits here with me? Are my spirit guides here with me? Are any of my angels here? I separate them. And then I say, if so, how many and what are your names? Because I want to know who's there with me. I want to know who is kind of controlling what's going on that side. Because they can be calling me cunt and cussing me, and one of my spirit guys will be like, stop it. Stop now. And I've heard them tell them, you gotta leave. She's alright. She's our friend. We're helping her. You're interfering. You must stop. And they obey. They leave. So those same spirits are going to be with me whether I use a necrophonic, a Nerion, Spiritus. It doesn't matter what app I use. There's going to be different spirits too on each app, but my same spirits are going to go wherever I go. They're going to follow me. That's why I think it's so crazy that me and CJ Faison have that same. We have Brink. Brink is on every spirit box I do. He talks to me daily. That's CJ's spirit guide. Oh, I love you, Natasha. Have a good one. Maybe tomorrow we'll get to have a, video chat or whatever. But yeah, I probably should start wrapping it up. I didn't mean to get on all that, y'all. I don't know what set me on that path. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not really sorry because I guess it needed to. Obviously, it was in my mind and I needed to say it. Lucy! Nothing. I don't believe in coincidence. I don't believe in just randomness coming out of my mouth. There was a reason I said it. I don't know what it was. May never know. Come on. But didn't mean to go a whole nother 45 minutes in another direction. I'm sorry about that, though. But Shandon, you probably like me. You probably don't have no kind of schedule. You just do what you want to do. Just be at a position in your life where if you don't want to get out of bed, you don't have to. If you don't want to go to the store, you don't have to. You know what I mean? People will say, well, what time's good for you? I don't know. Anytime you catch me when I ain't busy because I don't have a schedule. I'm pretty much available. If y'all need me, you need to talk. You got some kind of like spiritual thing that you just need somebody that's not going to tell somebody else. You got to need a sounding board, whatever. Call me. My phone number's available to anybody that, is regular, and my email is always there. I have multiple emails, and if I don't know the answer, I'll tell you I don't know. But I'll help you try to find out. But if I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know, because I don't know everything, and I can't sit here and say that what I believe or what I've said today is the right. Nobody's right or wrong, because life in general as a whole is a learning curve. Know what I mean? That's it. It is a process. There is no right and wrong. There's just balance. You got to find balance. If you can live with it within your heart and your soul, then, okay, because you're on your own personal journey. Nobody else can walk that journey with you, not even your spouse or your kids or whatever. You are an individual soul in a collective world of souls. Yes, it's great to work together as a collective, as the Borg, so to speak. My spirit guides call it the Borg. They actually say Borg on the and when they're saying up, 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 they're really saying heaven. But for some reason they won't come out and say heaven. They just up, up. Have you seen Summer today? Up. And that gets on my nerves. I'm like, why don't you just say heaven? But they won't. Okay, so now I'm down to 0. Been great. I'm going to leave this one up for a while before I private it. I hope if there's only just one word in all this hours of babbling that helps somebody, then I've done what God asked me to do. I've done my mission for today. I love everybody out there, and that's a real true. I love you as a soul. Ain't nothing crazy about it. Ain't nothing kinky about it. Love you as a soul. You are my brothers and sisters who are on this planet for a reason that we may never know what it is. But the point is, we're expected to do what it is we don't know we're supposed to do. Or we're expected to try by the powers that be. It is a spiritual battle every day. Be careful. I love you. Love, light, and pop rocks. Alright, so how do you end this thing? Love, light, and pop rocks. That is my deal. That is my deal. That's what I believe, like pop rocks in your seat. Whoa, did I just click out? I think I just clicked out, Shandon. I'm so sorry. I thought you were gone. I'm losing signal. I love you, love, light, and pop rocks. Please come back. I will be live this Saturday night at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Every other Saturday at 9. Saturday night. Oh, yeah, I don't even know how long I've been in here. It's been a long time. I gotta go back and read the whole chat because I didn't even get to read.